My mom says you can do better. He's so immature. You're better off without him. My dad says the guy is a loser. He's anything but pure. You're better off without him. Do I only like you because they don't? I'll sneak out my window at 3 a.m. Ride shotgun with a bottle of gin. I feel sick, but I'll hold it in. I know you're bad for me. Don't think my parents will understand. They say I'm Wendy, Peter Pan. If you go with them, you'll never land. I know you're bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. My brother says he's a tryhard, and he won't go far. You're different when you're with him. Do I only like you because they don't? I'll sneak out my window at 3 a.m. Ride shotgun with a bottle of gin. I feel sick, but I'll hold it in. I know you're bad for me. Don't think my parents will understand. They say I'm Wendy, Peter Pan. If you go with them, you'll never land. I know you're bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. My mom says you can do better. He's so immature. You're better off without him. Bad for me.
He got a rocket ship, it runs on bliss. Nobody can bring you down. A supersonic, so make a wish. Moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound. You got a time machine, it's in your dreams. Nobody can bring you down. There are kings and queens in your own bloodstream, moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound.
We are that summer sunset, that southern chicken fried. First kiss in a Chevy on a football Friday night, with the smell of sweet magnolias. Back road you learn to drive. We're a dusty old bar stool, coke and a chorus line. From the river banks of the Mississippi to the Smoky Mountains in Tennessee. From Louisiana sweet Carolina. If there's nowhere else to go, with that country music song playing on your radio. On the riverbanks of the Mississippi to the Smoky Mountains, Tennessee. From Louisiana to Mobile, Alabama, land of the free. This country's you and me. This country's you and me.
Stitch me back together and mend my soul to this. Bound by chains that hold us, we won't be silent. We were born in blood. 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 We were forced in fire. We were born in. We were born in. We were born in. Born in blood. We were born in blood. 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 In
Now tell me how you gonna get out of this hot mess while cutting up the evidence in your twisted little game. You clench your fists and wish you could just send it all up in flames.
Your nose is getting longer with every little lie you tell. It's winding round and round. Ain't gonna trip, 'cause you already fell. You're slinking through the back door and hiding every tiny clue, and nobody can catch you. But I got news for you. No matter how low you go, you don't stop to check for regret. 'Cause you got cobwebs in your soul. Now tell me how you gonna get out of this hot mess. We fell for your false tales. You had us in your clutch.
this hot mess. Out of this hot mess. Now tell me, how you gonna get out of this hot mess? Tell me, it's getting a little hot in here. No, you can't get away. I see your chair at the seams. They're starting to fray. Now tell me how you gonna get. How you gonna get out of this hot mess? You ain't gonna get out of this hot mess.
This is the hour, coming face to face to decide the fate I choose. This is the moment, standing in between. It's not as it seems for me. This is the moment I find the answer. Be the thought, hear it in my soul, redefine what I thought was whole. Be the thought, hear it in my soul, be the thought, hear the thunder of It's up to me.
Cutting through the dirt by the old barn, dreaming of you with your Dukes on. Been a long, hard week, got my head spinning round and round. 5:15 on a Friday night, it's time to set it off like dynamite. So tell all your friends that we'll be going till dawn. When I hear that song, I wanna get crazy, turn it up, baby. Can't go wrong when it's me and my lady. Follow my lights, come on. Get your crew in the trucks with the 95. Summer rolls to the tiki torches lakeside. All night long, you can find us here, 'cause this is where we belong. Come on, get your hands up, get 'em up high. I wanna see your red solo cup sky. Tell everybody that we're going till dawn. When I hear that song, I think of my baby. That summer was crazy all night long. You can find find us here, 'cause this is where we belong. When I hear that song, I wanna get crazy, turn it up, baby. Can't go wrong when it's me and my lady. Follow my lights, come on. Get your crew in the trucks with the 95. Summer roads to the tiki torches lakeside. All night long, you can find us here, 'cause this is where we belong. 'Cause this is where we belong. That's right. 'Cause this is where we belong.
Try to resist, but the pull is too strong. 'Cause living all my days without you, well, it just feels so wrong. Try to move on, but I just keep getting stuck. 'Cause you're on my mind all night, boy, till the sun comes up. I know you said we can't live like this, having to hide ourselves away for every single kiss. But I can't help but love you. I can't help, baby, I can't help but love you.
say we gotta talk now, but I have no strength to fight. Guess this is getting old now. You said what you wanted, you got it every time. I'd always ask for more. You know the words that make me feel fine. And something feels so good when I'm with you. Do you think that we can move into each other's space now, without a changing mood, without us playing games now? It's you that I've wanted, you make my heart smile. My eyes are begging for more. The way that you move got me feeling wild. 'Cause something feels so good when I'm with you. When I'm with you. So good, so good. You take my hand, my head spins around. You're in my bed, so baby, let's get high. So good, so good, so good. So good, so good. 'Cause something feels so good when I'm with you.
You pick me up, you slow me down. You show me things I didn't know about. You make it right, can't do no wrong. I close my eyes, it's like you're dancing with the lights on. Let's take a ride, late in the night. Forget a trouble, baby, we don't have to fight. That's all I want then, that's all I need. And there's no question, nothing's coming in between. Our love doesn't come around too much, and that's the only reason that I keep believing. It's something we can really touch. Nothing gonna break as long as we are breathing. Your love is so exciting. Stay with me, you know I like it. Now we're here, why don't we try it? Maybe this is perfect timing. We don't know just where we're going. Rain comes down, the river's flowing. Now we're here, why don't we try it? Maybe this is perfect timing. You got the vibe, you pass the test. Nobody better, yeah, 'cause you're the best. You think I'm crazy, moving too fast. We all got baggage, so let's leave it in the past. Let's take a chance, let's roll the dice. You never know, well, maybe this could change your life. And even if it don't work out, at least we try, baby, ain't that what life's about, yeah. knows you love, you're beautiful. Just know that you are enough. Whoever you truly are, show 'em all that you're gonna shine like a star. Cause it's time to step in your light. Yeah, you're gonna thrive, you're who you're meant to be. Yeah, we gonna celebrate you. Got greatness in your nature, bravery is all that I see. Whenever it feels too much, carry on. You ain't gotta do it alone. You can hold your head up, yeah, be strong. Cause hope will never be gone. As your power only grows from your head down to your toes, you are fabulous. You deserve the kindest touch, there's no limit to your love, to your love. You got the power in you. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, you're incredible. Oh, 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 oh. Nobody knows you better than you. Living it up with nothing to prove. You got the power in you. You're living the life you love. Don't need to change it for anyone. Let yourself fly free, get what you need, cause you're number one. Yeah, you're an inspiration, exceed all expectation. Oh, you got this now. Doesn't matter if they judge, there's no limit to your love. You got the power in you. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, you're incredible. Oh, 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 oh. Nobody knows you better than you. Living it up with nothing to prove. You got the power in you.
to me. Yeah, on the strip, walking at 1 a.m. Bright light shining, and I know I am not gonna wanna leave. No, no, not me. A beach blonde girl from Albuquerque, toes in the sand, watching the surfing boys go by. Why, oh, why does summer have to end? Got my suntan, got my music playing. Life is so good, and I'm just saying, why, oh, why does summer have to end? A beach blonde girl from Albuquerque, toes in the sand, watching the surfing boys go by. Why, oh, why does summer have to end? Got my suntan, got my music playing. Life is so good, and I'm just saying, why, oh, why does summer have to end?
My mom says you can do better. He's so immature. You're better off without him. My dad says the guy is a loser. is anything but pure. You're better off without 'em. Do I only like you because they don't? I'll sneak out my window at 3 a.m. Ride shotgun with a bottle of gin. I feel sick, but I'll hold it in. I know you're bad for me. Don't think my parents will understand. They say I'm Wendy, Peter Pan. If you go with them, you'll never land. I know you're bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. My brother says he's a tryhard, and he won't go far. You're different when you're with him. Do I only like you because they don't? I'll sneak out my window at 3 a.m. Ride shotgun with a bottle of gin. I feel sick, but I'll hold it in. I know you're bad for me. Don't think my parents will understand. They say I'm Wendy, Peter Pan. If you go with them, you'll never land. I know you're bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. My mom says you can do better. He's so immature. You're better off without him. Bad for me.
He got a rocket ship, it runs on bliss. Nobody can bring you down. A supersonic, so make a wish. Moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound. You got a time machine, it's in your dreams. Nobody can bring you down. There are kings and queens in your own bloodstream, moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound.
We are that summer sunset, that southern chicken fried. First kiss in a Chevy on a football Friday night, with the smell of sweet magnolias. Back road you learn to drive. We're a dusty old bar stool, coke and a chorus line. From the river banks of the Mississippi to the Smoky Mountains in Tennessee. From Louisiana to Mobile, Alabama, land of the free. This country's you and me.
together and mend my soul to this. Bound by chains that hold us, we won't be silent. We were born in blood. 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 We were forced in fire. We were born in. We were born in. We were born in. Born in blood. We were born in blood.
Now tell me how you gonna get out of this hot mess while cutting up the evidence in your twisted little game. You clench your fists and wish you could just send it all up in flames.
Your nose is getting longer with every little lie you tell. It's winding round and round. Ain't gonna trip, 'cause you already fell. You're slinking through the back door and hiding every tiny clue, and nobody can catch you. But I got news for you. No matter how low you go, you don't stop to check for regret. 'Cause you got cobwebs in your soul. Now tell me how you gonna get out of this hot mess. We fell for you.
BLG 我觉得是前期进攻特别强的队伍，然后他们的打架能力很强，然后我觉得我们的打架能力也不差。
我觉得 JDG 的弱点不是很多，但是他们的体系比较少吧，所以我们可以针对一下这个点。
进入4强也就觉得都是很顺其自然的，因为我们实力非常强。
我们拿了冠军之后，内心变化还是没有的吧，就还是想拿更多的冠军去追求那最高的目标吧。
虽然我们春季赛没有走到最后，但是夏季赛的话，我自己再打好一点，感觉我可以带我们队员拿到冠军。
在追，还有TP绕到后面，
天罗地网，
想帮他拿5杀。Moscow 的选手。
刚开始打职业的时候，目标可能就只有冠军嘛，但是现在打多了发现，打好每一场比赛才是拿到冠军最重要的东西。
的大招可以去进行阻隔，
小天能不能拼成？
但是拼成不了，大招要被抢到。
我觉得我们现在也是联赛的就顶尖战力吧，所以就每个队肯定都会特别针对我们的，就也不要松懈吧，就继续努力，把今年一整年的冠军都拿下。
太困难了，主要这把他太强劲了。
是的，哎，开团开4个，我的天呐，这死亡绽放呀，这个迪克。
现在拿了2次亚军，其实对我来说没有什么太大的影响吧，因为每一天都在变化嘛，所以我们是不需要有任何压力的，我们就好好的拿出我们最好的状态，打好每一场比赛，我们就赢下最后的冠军。
Double kill， 这波起来了，再打一个纯克甲，再这样的话，看见这个位置，海克斯是这一下4杀吗？这个高飞
这里不是我们的终点，我们会继续打下去的。
就是想要去赢下他们。
听到的王朝还没有结束，
没有什么想说的吧，就放马过来吧。
Welcome everybody to the LPL. It's time for double elimination. My name is Butch. I'm joined by Kitty as we head towards Top Esports versus BLG. Two teams that love to dominate lanes. And Kitty, you just know we're going to get an absolute scrap today.
Yeah, we finally reached round 4 double elimination. So none of the teams are going to be eliminated. Even if they lose, they still have a chance to run through the losers bracket and have a chance to make it to the Summer Grand Finals. But still, that is going to be an extra best of 5 that you need to play, making you a little bit more vulnerable. But today, we have some banger teams, like you said, Munch.
We certainly do. We're into round 4 now in the LPL, but yesterday was still round 3, and both of our round 3 series went the distance. Yesterday was LNG versus Weibo, and I know there was a lot of people at home that were devastated that LNG managed to win it out, but my god, it was a damn close series.
Yep, the champagne did not get popped for the Weibo fans as they are unfortunately eliminated from playoffs, but they do have a chance to redeem themselves in the regional qualifiers after the summer finals. But LNG, I mean, they were as strong as ever, and specifically Scout and Zika in particular impressed me so much, and in particular it was Zika that was carrying a lot of these games as well on champions like the Gwen, the Jax. It is his meta and he's really shining through as a player now.
He certainly is, having a fantastic series yesterday. I mean, Xiaohu as well on the Azir had so many incredible moments. I feel like LNG, like you say, Zuko was a player that a lot of people weren't sure how he would perform against Weibo, but managing to step up in the end. And this series really went the distance. Like, so many of these situations where it was fighting tooth and nail around the Nexus. Game number 5 as well with the Elder Dragon for LNG. Like, so many of these fights couldn't have been any closer.
Yeah, there's an ongoing trend when we do reach these 5th games on match point, a lot of the games become slow, and then it does reach several Elder Dragons. I believe in round 3 we had 2 best of 5s being played out to the full potential, and in both of them, the game 5 we had a Skarner jungle from Tarzan and Dia. However, Tarzan bringing up the Skarner win rate to 50, I believe now, as it was an unfortunate loss for the side of EDG. This champion does seem like it is the next up-and-coming AD jungler when the jungle pool is pinched to so narrow of a degree.
Yeah, I feel like we are getting to this weird part of 13-13 where we do start to see teams really experimenting. Obviously, like you say, JJ didn't work out for him, the Skarner, but LNG managed to get their win with it. So who knows how much more of the Scorpion we're going to see in LPL playoffs. It's not the pick I was expected to see coming in. But as you can see, we're into our double elimination now. BLG versus Top Esports to start us off today. Then tomorrow, we'll be jumping into JDG versus LNG. And honestly, for both BLG and JDG, I feel like they're coming into these series wanting to look as clean as possible. BLG topping the standings, but JDG, they still haven't lost a series to BLG all year long. So both expecting to move into the next round, both hoping to look as strong as possible moving into that next round as well. But Top Esports, they won't go down without a fight.
Yeah, and BLG, we need to remind the audience that they finished first in the regular split, being on a scoreline of 15-1. No other LPL team has ever been able to achieve this scoreline in a regular split. So this is the super roster that we have for the second half of the year, and they've been kind of delivering on every single one of their games. They've only lost to JDG ever in a best-of series in the summer, and they're looking as strong as ever. And I wanted to highlight how it's just such a contrast when you compare them to spring and summer, as during the spring playoffs, BLG, they were the ones climbing from the very bottom. They started in round 2, but they made the miracle run all the way to the grand finals. But this time around, we're starting in the summer playoffs, where the roles have pretty much reversed. They are the giants that have been patiently waiting in the double elimination bracket, and on the other end, it's going to be Top Esports being the underdogs coming into tonight's series.
Yeah, that's going to be the most exciting part of this, is that, you know, Top Esports, when you look at this roster, they're coming in as the underdog, the 4th seed from the regular season. And I feel like there are individuals on this team that have been playing out of their minds. Rookie and Jaculov especially, I think, have been having an unbelievable split so far. I feel like there are a lot of massive highlight moments for those two players. Jaculov and Mark consistently winning lane against EDG. Rookie consistently winning lane against EDG as well. And the question for me when we look at just these rosters outright has got to be up to the top lane, right? Wayward having quite a rough series against EDG, and he's up against Bin, who is, I mean, Bin's a monster of the top lane. This is a guy that has built his reputation on dominating lane. You've got to worry about what's going to happen to Wayward in that top lane there. And you've got to wonder what they've prepared for this series, because you know Top Esports are aware of this.
Yeah, and just talking about the top lane matchup, I don't know if it's going to be our I don't know if it's going to be our key player in the head-to-head. However, it's going to be between Yago and Rookie for tonight, as we kind of had a bit of a narrative going on for these two players, where Yago has always been a player that's been to multiple international events with the likes of JDG and BLG, but he's always stumbled in his journey and either finishing as runner-up or the semi-finals, while on the other hand, Rookie has been consistently denied from internationals since being crowned world champion back in 2018. But when he's shown to get an opportunity, he wins given that opportunity. So I feel like both of these players coming into the summer split, especially with the goal of attending Worlds, all they need is a chance to prove themselves once again.
Yeah. And I just want to highlight that middle champion there as well. Nico, 100% win rate. I feel like Yagao was the first player in the LPL that really showed a deep understanding of the Nico. I feel like BLG were one of the first adopters that really knew how to use this champion. Very good at using, you know, the inherent glamour to pretend to be a minion and get those engages off. So looking out to see if we see that today. But for Rookie, very much looking towards that Jace, right? I feel like the Jace was absolutely terrifying. The Azir we saw against EDG a couple of times, it didn't really look that good, to be honest. On the red side, I mean, his Azir looked good, but it didn't feel like Top Esports played well around the Azir in the series against EDG. So looking much more towards the Jace, towards that LeBlanc as well.
Yeah, and another champion, like you just said, LeBlanc is going to be the biggest prioritized champion coming into tonight's series, because we've seen both Rookie and Yago have amazing achievements on this champion when given an opportunity, and I feel like they are two of our best LeBlanc players we have in the LPL summer split so far. But something else to consider is that I have a question about Yago, because I feel like coming into summer, he has definitely elevated himself into the current meta, where he has like the addition of a Jace, where he looks very convincing when he is paired alongside something like the Maokai. But we also know that coming into patch 13.13 is that Tristana is often first picked away from that blue side. So we haven't seen a single game out of Yagal on this Tristana just quite yet. I looked into his career history. He's played one game of it so far. It's 100% win rate, but I'm not too sure if he's comfortable with it enough to be bringing it into tonight's series.
Yeah, we'll see if the 100% win rate single game Tristana comes out. We've seen a lot of Tristana bans on this patch as well, so whether or not anyone lets that through from the red side, we'll have to wait and see. I just want to mention Yagao as well, because he's up against top esports states, not just Yagao versus Rookie. Like, when you think of 2020, 2021, it's JDG top esports, Yagao versus Knight. Knight may have left top esports, but Yagao, he still dislikes this team. He may not be on JDG anymore, but this is still his rival in top esports. So we'll see if A, he could beat top esports while he's not on JDG, but also if top esports can beat Yagao now that they don't have Knight. I feel like there are so many intertwining stories between these two teams.
Yeah, look, for top esports fans, I have some really bad news. So, top esports have yet to take a game away from BLG in 2023 so far, and I was just doing a bit of digging. Elk has a total KD over 4 games against top esports, being 34 kills and 5 deaths. This guy is the key player for BLG.
Yeah, he's been popping off, and we're ready for him to pop on to the stage. We're going to kick it over to the arena and kick off round 4.
欢迎来到2023年英雄联盟职业联赛夏季赛季后赛。首先，让我们欢迎哔哩哔哩 Gaming 平安 Bank。上单冰，打野熏，中单牙膏，下路 Elk。辅助 On， 主教练 Tabi， 接下来让我们欢迎 Top Esports。上单 Wayward， 打野天，中单 Rookie， 下路 Jackie Love。辅助 Mark， 主教练点，各位召唤师 ，LPL 夏季赛季后赛第7日 ，BLG 平安银行对战滔博即将开始 ，LPL 无畏进巅峰。
players on this stage. And I want to go back to what you were talking about a moment ago there, Kitty, with Elk being an absolutely massive member of BLG, because he's up against JackeyLove today. And when you think of both Elk and JackeyLove, these are the two carries in the LPL that really strike me as like high damage but high death historically. That's kind of the reputation that both of these AD carries have had over the years. But Elk, obviously, especially in MSI, but across the course of this year, feels like he's really matured as a player on BLG. And I feel like it's a similar thing for JackeyLove, where this year we haven't seen anywhere near as many JackeyLove shenanigans. We haven't seen anywhere near as much of that stuff. Feels like JackeyLove has been way more consistent. I feel like both of these carries still doing massive damage, but maturing a lot and not necessarily being quite as risky as they've built a reputation for.
I think something else that you also see within those two players is just the amount of pure confidence they've been able to grow throughout this summer split, especially in Elk. I mean, he's been dominating every single bottom lane 2v2 alongside On, and even when he does lose the early game and something flops in the laning phase, it doesn't matter. He shows up in the team fights and he just goes so aggressive on champions like the Aphelios and the Zeri back when that was meta. But this time around, in the new patch, Xayah, Kai'Sa, and Varus is JackeyLove's bread and butter. This guy is known for playing champions like that, Kai'Sa, and I feel like Kai'Sa's a bit of a double-edged sword, and honestly, I was talking about this with Jamada, and Jamada was like, yeah, JackeyLove's really good at Kai'Sa, but he's also prone to making aggressive mistakes because of an ability called Killer Instinct, so it can work both ways. However,
I mean, if there's one thing JackeyLove has, it's Killer Instinct, right? I feel like that ability and him are synonymous with one another.
Yeah, most definitely. How I feel like a double-edged sword for both of these teams as well, talking about it, is the top lane matchup, right? We have Bin versus Wayward. However, we haven't seen Bin play a best of 5 just quite yet on the new patch, but we know a lot of info just about top esports from that one single series up against EDG. And Wayward's current form versus Bin is going to be a very big sore point for this roster because it was a very shaky performance, to say the least, while laning against Ala for Wayward. And I feel like personally, this current patch, it is what Ala and Bin thrives off, just because the current meta is best suited for bruisers like Renekton, Jax, Rumble, and Cassante. And you saw a common trend for this top esports roster is that they were consistently banning 3 champions towards that top side, while Wayward was still struggling to at least go even in the laning phase. So his requirement to really show up in this series is going to be key if they want to take the series away from BLG.
See if he's going to be able to. Up in that top lane, honestly, I feel like draft is going to be crucial because, and to be honest, the junglers might be crucial. I'm not sure you can just leave Wayward alone against Bin in a cage match. Like, we saw what happened internationally when people were left alone in a cage match against Bin. He destroyed people. He's been an absolute monster all year long. And when you look at the laning stats, I think that's where this really starts to shed a light on the situation. When you look at CSD at 15, gold difference 15, XP difference at 15. For Wayward, he's in 16th, 15th, and 15th place for those stats. For Bin, 1st, 2nd, and 7th. Like, he dominates the laning phase. His average gold difference coming out of that laning phase is absurdly high. And like, even the team gold difference at 15, 1,400 on average for BLG. They are, on average, 1,400 going ahead at 15 minutes. Like, this is a team that will dominate through early laning, which has been top esports kind of bread and butter. When you look at their series against EDG as well, it's the early laning that got them leads, that got them wins. So you have to wonder how top esports are going to approach these laning phases, whether they try and help Wayward out and make sure Bin can't take over, or whether they just kind of sacrifice Wayward up top and play for the bottom side.
That might be the trend coming into tonight's series because, like you said, Top Esports and BLG, 2 of our best early game teams we've seen so far, and that's been confirmed by the Top Esports versus EDG series. However, you also see Top Esports kind of struggling to close out the game when it does reach towards the 25-30 minute mark, and I think that is a bit of hesitancy, or at least the lack of presence from an engaged source, where usually top laners make up for that. But I feel like bringing it back to BLG's insane gold lead in the early game, it's because of the man called Xun. and how he's been really just elevated coming into summer, and he has been having so much fun just making the entire jungle 1v1 his own playground. However, I have a question for him in particular, because we all know that the current patch is dominated by the AP junglers so far, like the Maokai, the Sejuani, and the Rel. However, we haven't really seen Shun play champions like the Rel and Ivan, or at least explored this option in his career, so that is going to be a huge question mark for this matchup, because I think Tien also had a great series, right, up against EDG. He really was the one forcing all those plays, and you see him being very comfortable on champions like the Sejuani as well.
It's kind of funny to think about things like the Ivan coming into the meta for Shun when, like, Ivan's whole MO is friend of the forest, right? He doesn't kill camps, he's friends with the camps. Shun's most played, or like his like signature champions are like the Kindred and the Nidalee, who specialize in annihilating camps as fast as possible around the map. Yeah, we'll see if Shun's willing to go for those. I want to mention Shun as well, because like we already talked a little bit about mid lane storylines. Well, Shun, when he came into the league in 2021, guess who his mid laner was? It was, of course, Rookie. And I remember back then we were making all the jokes about don't talk to me or my son ever again. Like Rookie and Shun just moving around the map together as a pair. It was like Rookie was raising Shun, teaching him the ways of League of Legends. And now Shun has to go up against his old teacher, has to try and take down Rookie himself. We'll see what Shun can bring out. And I just want to quickly throw out as well, Shun has the most MVPs for this split of anyone on BLG. He's sat there on 9 MVPs. He has had an incredible split, and I fully expect him to look phenomenal today on the Rift.
Yeah, and this is something very specific to the LPL as well. So BLG fans, don't be worried about the jungle patch for 13-13, because Vi is still 100% presence in this league, because even after receiving a slight reduction in cooldown and damage, most teams still really enjoy her ability to gap close on those long-range AD carries like the Tristanas and the double AD carry compositions alongside the Jace, where they're currently both seen as S-tier mid laners. We see Skarner as kind of a substitute for the Vi once the Vi is gone, but honestly, I still have a lot of mixed opinions around the Skarner, because you're forcing the enemy team to build a QSS around that second or third item depending on how well your Skarner does in the mid-game fights, but I still feel like the champion is a lot more one-dimensional in the early game compared to Vi, where she's able to use her Q to force a lot of these early skirmishes, or at least tempo, alongside players like On who thrive of this.
Yeah, I remain unconvinced on the Skarner so far, but perhaps we could see a little bit more of it today and see what it is made of. I'm certainly curious how these drafts are going to go, especially like blue side versus red side, because we've seen a few teams, most specifically top esports, leaning towards scaling on that red side and a bit more proactivity on the blue side. Based on the top esports series we saw, like, they were blue side. They did not look good on the red side. They went for these scaling compositions with like a tank top, Sejuani, Azir, and Xayah, and then an engaged support, and consistently fighting way earlier than they needed to, fighting when they're behind, when they have like late game scaling, late game team fighting that they could have waited for. See if they change things up coming into this series, because the fact that they went back to that for the second red side game they had in the series as well makes you think that they felt it was an execution issue, but it didn't feel like the execution changed that much during the series. They've had a couple of days now to figure that stuff out. See what it's going to look like here today against BLG.
Yeah, for the people that's been following the LPL playoffs so far, it really does feel like blue side just has that slight edge when it comes to the win rate. It's just been completely dominated by the blue side in the previous at least 2 or 3 best of 5 series that we've seen so far. However, I feel like for BLG's case in particular, red side should work completely fine for them, because if you look at BLG comps, they love saving that counter pick for either Bin or even On in that 5th position, and once Bin or On finds that lane dominating matchup that they so desperately need, then it's going to be over in the first 5 minutes. You need to deny PLG from finding winning lanes, and that's just going to be up to draft. But something else I wanted to highlight is the mid lane priority, because we highlighted how both Rookie and Yagal have similar champion pools for the time being. So either, you know, you have to kind of just fight for the priority to allow whichever mid laner to move first to link up with their jungler, or I don't know, like it just kind of feels like a mind game at that point.
Yeah, it certainly does. I feel like BLG have been pretty good on the mind games. They've been pretty good at anything to do with setup, right? When it comes to fighting for vision, when it comes to playing around the map. But what it's all transitioned into is phenomenal objective control for BLG. When you look at their dragon percentage, it's second in the league, second best in the league at just getting dragons in general. Rift Heralds is first. Barons is first. It does, and first Rift Herald is first as well. So it does feel like BLG are a team that, off the back of those mind games, off the back of macro plays in the early game, like they always feel like they end up in the right spot at the right time. You know, it never feels like you're getting to an objective and BLG are caught on the wrong foot. BLG are caught out of position. They always feel like they are drilled and prepared when those big fights have to happen.
Yeah, and it all goes back to the point of why they're able to get away with so many major objectives, and I feel like it falls back to how On kind of shows up when it does come to these major team fights, because if you give On a champion like the Blitzcrank, Rel, or Alistair, where you have threat playing alongside vision control, Man is literally going to 1v4 and control the entirety of the opposing team out of the lane. It's absolutely insane. I believe, throwing it back to the BLG versus RNG series, On had a single Rel game where he himself, a singular support, level 9 or something, he was extremely under-leveled, but he just had such a confidence behind his play that he was just completely zoning out RNG from even entering the river and considering to contest for the major objectives. So I feel like back to the bottom lane discussion, the 2v2 is going to be very important because, like you said, it kind of feels like, specifically for JackeyLove in the summer, although a lot of people have been describing JackeyLove's performance in the summer so far as kind of nearing his peak, right? He is still very vulnerable to early aggression, and if Shun decides to pod down early and Tian doesn't really bail the bottom lane 2v2 out, then that might be a huge sore point for the side of Top Esports to deal with. Well, Shun is just kind of taking a little nap before we potentially might reach 4 days of 5-game series. Who knows?
I feel like Shun's napping there actually got a smile out of Bin. That's not something that happens often. He actually managed to get a grin out of Bin. I will say, when you're looking at all the players' faces on the cameras, you look at Wayward, it's like pure vibes. He's always got a big grin on his face, bouncing up and down his chair. It cuts to Bin. He's like ultimate stoic, you know, stone-faced, ready. Like, I feel like he's a pure-blooded killer, you know. Bin is just, he's here, he's game face, you know. We'll see. There's two pure-blooded killers on your screen there as well, in Elk and JackeyLove. I'm excited for this bottom lane. I feel like On and Mark have both had pretty fantastic years for themselves. JackeyLove and Elk in phenomenal form. I feel like On and Elk leveled up in a way this year that I'm not sure I've ever seen before. Like, from what I was expecting at the start of the year versus where we're at now with this duo is unprecedented levels of evolution of duo. JackeyLove and Mark, they've been together a bit longer, right? This is a duo that have been together for a while now, and certainly looking good in their series against EDG. Let's see if they can continue that, though, against Elk and On, because I feel like this is one of the best duos in the entire league.
Yeah, most definitely. I love this comparison between the two supports because I feel like even for BLG, when they did come second in the spring split and also second in MSI, On was probably one of the more critiqued players, especially throughout spring, because of how the meta didn't really suit his playstyle. It was Enchanters, it was Millia, Lulu, Yuumi Pro back in the day, and people were critiquing how he wasn't able to really explore that option. But Man just said, screw it, I'm gonna learn Lulu. He learned it within the weeks leading up to MSI, and he just dominated every single team that stood against BLG, and BLG came runner-up at that tournament. While Mark, on the other hand, had a very similar story where, personally, I thought that Mark in the Top Esports roster was a bit of a weak player considering his first half of the year performance, but coming into summer, I was extremely impressed with how initiative he is and how much of a voice he has when it comes to the early game. But you know, Munch, I was just thinking about a bit of a small fact. I got told by the Chinese community that apparently BLG and JDG have little nicknames, and BLG is called the Small Joker and JDG is called the Big Joker.
Oh no. Well, maybe if they can win this one, get to the upper bracket, maybe find JDG before the finals, perhaps they can switch jokers? I don't know where I'm going with that one. I will say, I think I just noticed on camera, and correct me if I'm wrong here, Kitty, when it pans back to the top esports players, I'm pretty sure Wayward has hand warmers in his hand that have SpongeBob SquarePants on. If that's actually the case, it is hilarious. For anyone who's not in on the joke, obviously chat loves to call Wayward Squidward. You know, it's not a new joke. But I'm pretty sure Wayward is fully leaning in and is actually holding SpongeBob SquarePants hand warmers right now.
He's fully embracing the lore. I mean, for some reason in China, it is reaching 40 degrees heat. So whoever is currently experiencing summer, please stay hydrated as we are about to pop into our first match of tonight's best of 5. I'm not too sure what's taking so long, but all the players seem very happy, you know, considering the fact that the previous 2 best of 5s we've had so far in round 3 did all reach the distance. And when you do reach that 5th game mark, it is a game of attrition pretty much. And I feel like when it does come to at least players that have a lot of veterancy and experience with best of series going the distance, they seem a lot more comfortable, where unfortunately OMG was one of the instances where they started shaking a little bit towards the end of the series and they weren't able to really make that final leap. But coming into today with BLG playing the most best of 5 series, I believe, in spring playoffs, they played 6 best of 5 series to make it to the spring grand final. So they are more than happy and warmed up for this playoffs run to once again reach the heights.
They certainly are. This is a team that has had plenty of I feel like by the end of the year, BLG might have had the most series in LPL history for a year. I don't know if that's true. I have not counted. Please don't hold me to that before I start getting some angry DMs. But like, I mean, the amount of best of 5s, certainly JDG and BLG, they must be getting close to a record of like most best of series against one other team in a single year, right? Like, the amount they played 6 so far, I think, across the course of the year. There's opportunity for 2 more in this tournament, and then potential opportunity for more internationally as well. That is a lot of series. But BLG versus Top Esports, we are finally into our draft, and BLG changing things up here, actually banning the LeBlanc on the blue side.
Yeah, and the Rakan has also been taken away first by the side of Top Esports. That is Rakan, On's most played champion in his entire career history. So I'm not too surprised by that. Champions like the Tristana and the Jace. Also, champions like the, I believe, Rel is also going to be left up and open to be considered. However, in the LPL, for some reason, Ivan and Rel jungle priority isn't that high compared to the LEC and the LCS. So we'll have to wait and see what our jungle read for is going to be for the patch upcoming. But still, I feel like champions, I mean, people are still more than happy to default back to champions like the Vi and the Wukong if they have to. But that is the Kai'Sa also getting taken away from L.
Yeah. Crucially, Tristana still open and available. You mentioned it earlier on when we were talking about potential first picks. But no, Yagao not bothered about the Tristana. We talked about him as the Nico specialist and bringing it back on 13-13.
We also have the Rumble being left open for the side of Top Esports to pick up, but I'm not too sure because we have seen a couple of Rumble games coming into playoffs. The win rate isn't insanely high. I believe it's been played 3 or 4 times and it's sitting at a 33% win rate or so. It is going to be naturally the Azir lock-in to counter the Nico for the side of Yago in this game 1, but still that is something that Wayward could consider. But it's the reason why Rumble is such a high priority champion. It's that he wins every single isolated matchup in the top lane in the current meta. So if they're able to find a counter pick for Wayward, if he's feeling confident enough against Bin, that is one of BLG's huge win cons getting shut down.
Yeah, I will say, Kitty, I don't feel so good right now. I'm starting to get flashbacks to the EDG series here. The Azir and the Xayah both locked in for Top Esports. They're leading towards those heavy scaling compositions that we saw from them on the red side against EDG. Didn't feel like they played these compositions particularly effectively. We'll see if that can change here today. If they can be a little bit more patient with more scaling. That Renekton you talked about locked in for Bin. So lane domination on the cards for the Croc in the top side. And a Rel taken as well for BLG. We'll see what Top Esports wants to do to round out this part. Whether they want to go for a support as well, just to make sure they're matching in terms of that bottom lane.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering if BLG can flex this rel towards the jungle. I mean, we've also seen Nautilus jungle, to be fair, in the LPL so far, but I doubt that's going to go into the jungle. Champions like the Sejuani is going to get taken out here, while I'm assuming BLG, they're also going to take away champions like the Rumble, where Wayward does have a hard counter on this blind Renekton. But no, it's going to be the Kindred getting taken away, so they do believe that the rel is going to be in the hands of Elk towards the bottom side. But I feel like just giving on this champion is a huge no-no. He is way too good at rel and making things done in the early game, where I feel like this isn't even a champion that should be letting through open. But unfortunately, with the current meta, there's too many OPs in the first 3.
Certainly are. Ivan's still up on the cards. Whether or not Shun plays it is a different question, but his Kindred, that signature, being banned away, and this is one of the values of having a player like Shun on your team, right? When you can force out bans like the Kindred, which not many people in the world are playing right now, but Shun would still be willing to. Kha'Zix taken off of the board as well. So trying to get these carries out of the jungle. Something like Nocturne could still be available for Shun if he wants to lean in that direction. But Vi, also on the cards. It's snuck all the way through this draft so far.
Yeah, I'm assuming BLG is just going to pick up the Vi alongside the Nico, right? But you have to also consider the fact that, yes, it's kind of bad going into the likes of Xayah because she does have that Featherstorm available, but Rookie is in huge danger in those team fights. That's exactly what BLG needs to really close the distance between them and these long-range AP carries that Top Esports have decided to lock in. It's going to be the Jax lock-in for the side of Top Esports in the hands of Wayward, a counter pick into the Renekton matchup. However, you have also seen this being a bit of a skill matchup where it really depends on how the counter strike is going to be used to block out on that initial stun from Bin. A lot of jungle attention should be thrown towards that top side, and I want Xun on a champion like that Nocturne. Oh, that is the Nidalee getting locked in for Xun.
Okay, BLG are feeling confident here. Locking in Shun's Nidalee. He's only played it once this entire split. Obviously won that game. Like, he's an absolute monster on the pick. I am excited for Shun bringing this out in game number 1 of BLG's playoffs. And we get an Ezreal for Elk as well. All out poke from both the AD carry and the jungle. We'll see what on earth Top Esports have to answer, as they need to get some presence in this map. They've got a lot of scaling. They don't have that much in the way of fighting early.
All right, we have Tien locking in his iconic Lee Sin. I mean, this jungle matchup, I can go on for days and days. Both of these players are feeling very confident in this game 1, but BLG's entire composition, it's all about range. It's all about how they're going to be able to find the poke onto the enemy team, especially with Elk locking in this Ezreal in the matchup. He's going to outrange JackeyLove in those team fights, and they really need to play with their space. However, I feel like kind of playing alongside Yago and Bin, it kind of counteracts each other, because you have to consider the fact that Rel, Nico, and Renekton, they want to go in straight away, while Elk and Xun want to play the team fights just a little bit slower. I can see a better case for Xun just going in for a one-shot once the Q connects onto a target that's CC'd. But on the side of Top Esports, we've seen them play this composition before. Rookie on the Azir, they're not going to be very loud in the early game, and they just need to pray that they reach 3-item mark, especially for Wayward to pop off on this Jax.
Have to see if they can find a way to get him popping off a carry up top. We'll see if that is what the doctor ordered. They've changed the composition slightly. Still that Xayah and Azir. Still the hard engage in the bottom lane, but bringing out a Lee Sin for the jungle. Bringing out a carry in the top lane as well. Perhaps this is the ticket for Top Esports. Perhaps they've learned from that series against EDG on the red side. BLG, though, coming in confident, right? Locking in a Nidalee jungle, I think, if I'm not mistaken, first of playoffs. I feel like this is just confidence across the board for BLG. And when you've got two teams that in the regular season both had a 100% win rate when ahead at 15 minutes, you've got to believe that these first few minutes are going to be impactful.
Yeah, and you already see BLG kind of executing with how they decided to draw for this game 1. A lot of early game aggression with his Rel, very classic champion, of course, playing alongside Yago on his 100% win rate Nico throughout the regular split. He was kind of the innovator bringing Nico into full presence into the LPL, and he's also the person that discovered the shoo 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 technique into the game, which I'm pretty sure that kind of is allowed in the playoffs because we've seen multiple players do it in the game so far and it hasn't been called out. So you know what, Yago? You do you, King.
I feel like it's one of those things where, at least in my mind, I don't see why it wouldn't be allowed. It's a mechanic in the game. I don't see why you can't just annoy people with it. But either way, we'll have to see how this one is going to go down. It's BLG versus Top Esports. We're heading on to Summoner's Rift for the first game of round 4 in our playoffs. Two teams that dominate lanes and dominate games. All right. Some scattered gyos there at the end. Fairly confident crowd. Not entirely sure who's winning the cheers, but I can guarantee it'll change after game number 1. But look at this composition coming out from BLG. Like, how do you play this out? Because I feel like we've barely seen any Nidalee coming into playoffs. We've barely seen any Ezreal. We've seen little bits of Ezreal, but this doesn't feel like meta from BLG. And I'm kind of excited to see how this early game pans out with a Nidalee in the game.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. I believe the observer just zoomed in on Wayward fishing on the Jax. He has +1 gold in the top lane matchup right now, so he's currently winning in terms of gold lead. But bringing it back to BLG's entire composition, this is going to be all about the early game. Shun needs kills into his pockets because I feel like Nidalee is a champion that is a bit of a feast or famine, right? You fall off really hard towards the later stages of the game because unless you're able to find these huge spears onto the enemy team, it's going to be very impossible without vision control as well. But I'm sure on champions like the Rel, he's going to be able to really find that, but he needs to work alongside Bin for this Renekton to really pop up in the early game and shut down Wayward from finding that opportunity into scaling to the late game.
See if he can stop that scaling. Elk being quite aggressive on the Ezreal here as they move forwards onto Jackulov. Ignite onto Elk already. He's rooted, but forcing the flash out. Jackulov and the win in the 2v2. Who needs to scale when you can dominate like this?
Guys, what happened to respecting the Rel at level 1? Now Jackulov misses out on an entire wave and burns double summoners. Who would have thought Ezreal wins level 1 this hard?
Ezreal just mashing those Qs out, and Elk looking good on a pick that we don't exactly know Elk for, but my goodness, what a start. Doing to Top Esports what Top Esports did to EDG to start us off here.
Yeah, it's pretty insane to think that on pretty much just Jackulov in broad daylight, and Jackulov just died. He flashed late, he cleansed late, and an amazing follow-up engage from the AD carry BLG as well, where he had that Conqueror stacked up, and I believe even the passive where he had max attack speed on the Ezreal, so it was just a very successful 2v2 happening in the bottom side. But this goes back to our problem where I feel like Jackulov, he is very prone to early game aggression, and the question becomes now, can he kind of resolve this issue, or at least kind of come back into the game by getting Tien into his lane and really help him out just there?
That'll be the question, if he can get involved again. My god, all 4 summoners burnt as well for Top Esports. That is a really tough situation to be looking down the barrel of. My god, what a start for BLG. Their first game in the first, like, what, 2-3 minutes of playoffs for them? Instantly getting first blood onto Jackulov of all people, onto a player that has been so consistent across summer that I was saying, like, you know, this is a leveled up Jackulov, this is a safer Jackulov that's not gonna, you know, make those mistakes. But at level 1, Mark and Jackulov really overestimating their presence in the lane.
Yeah, you usually see these 2v2 forces once one side of the lane reaches that level 2 spike and they do try to go for those summoner burnt out, but you know, it was just straight up a level 1 engage coming out of the Rel, and that's why Rel is such a high priority champion coming into the new patch, because of her agency in the early game and how she has so much inbuilt CC with her getting adjusted by Riot. And it also gets flexed towards the jungle because she does extra magic damage now with her Q, and she clears extremely fast. But that is still another question for Shun to answer for us. But in this game 1, he's playing the Nidalee, and I'm expecting him to full clear path towards top lane and force those summoners out of Wayward to really make this Jax suffer in the early game.
All right, we're back onto the Rift. Apologies for all the delays so far, everyone at home. Hopefully that will be the last of it and we can just continue with the series. It's a bit of a gold lead for BLG as Wayward, starting as he means to go on, begins to proxy farm in this top side. Doesn't actually want the 1v1 with Bin, so he's just going to move further down the lane instead.
Top lane does seem to be relatively mundane for the time being, as we do have Shunan on linking up, looking for an angle onto Rookie here. He has the flash and the Shreema shuffle, so I think Rookie should be relatively safe here, as they're just going to get some vision and control towards that bottom side river. This is a replay of what happened in the bottom lane level 1 2v2. On finds priority in the third bush, lands the W onto JackieLove instantly, and that's just all summoners burn. I think JackieLove should have just instantly flashed the initial engage from On, and it could have avoided him a death. Unfortunately, a little bit too greedy with that one.
Yeah, just a little disrespectful, honestly, from Top Esports, not realizing that they wouldn't win that 2v2 as BLG hit that level 2 mark. Fantastic start, though, on that Ezreal, especially on a champion like Ezreal, where you have to go for the tier first. Quite often, early leads can feel lackluster, but what this first kill does is basically get you a free tier for the Ezreal. So you get that scaling online. While you may not have a massive advantage right now because you have to go for the tier, you still, like, you skip part of that slow pace in the early game. It's even got a longsword on top of it. As we see TN shuffling into this bottom side. Can he find the miracle gank to turn this bottom lane around?
You already see Top Esports being very concerned about how Shun could have potentially went for a bit of pressure towards the bottom lane as the wave was slowly pushing into the side of BLG. So TN is just hovering. I don't think they're going to look for a gank. They just want this wave fully pushed in so JackieLove can reset and at least match the tier in longsword. But for the side of Elk, I feel like this Ezreal champion, we just saw a statistic for it. It's currently 2-4 in terms of the win rate, sitting at 33%. And a lot of people have mixed opinions, just like how Ashe is in the current meta. Because a lot of people are like, oh, Ezreal doesn't really do that much damage. As most of the meta AD carries right now, they go AP, they go Shiv, and they shoot you from 2 screens away. But Ezreal is a bit of a different, I guess, addition to that, because he still does have a lot of great skill shots that can match champions like the Ziggs, the Varus, and the AP Kaisers, but he scales very, very slow, where he needs to get his mana unit as fast as possible online, which in this game is going great.
Yeah, so far so good for the early mana moon, and apparently it is allowed, very much so, as Yagao going to helicopter his way through the river to try and spot out Mark. Mark does get caught on a trap there by Shun, so Yagao should be perfectly safe in this mid lane. Tien wants to move into the jungle. Let's start these chickens off, but On is here, so is Shun. Tien might have overstepped for this one. This could be a full-on 3v3 for the Raptors. Flashing forwards is On, and Tien is taken straight out of the picture. Rookie locked up. Pop Blossom dashes out to safety, but Shun's get a flash to take down his old teacher.
Not sure if the Raptors were worth giving 2 kills over to Shun's Nidalee in game 1. This is the start that BLG needed, and they protected the Raptors perfectly.
What a difference in this series between how EDG played against Top Esports and how BLG plays against Top Esports. Like, we saw EDG being postured out of 4v5s for Dragon just by Top Esports showing up. BLG, not a modicum of respect given to Top Esports, as they are so willing to fight you. TN on the Drake right now, 2,000 remaining as it resets here. BLG have a bit of sustain in that Nidalee. And a lot of poke to work with as well. Tien kind of alone in the pits at this point as Mark is forced away. Rookie on the front line, rooted and forced out of the play. And BLG slowly but surely winning the battle of attrition here. On gets the stun as Tien goes in to try and finish it, but he goes down. And Rookie's got no summoners. It's everything for BLG. They are wiping Top Esports.
BLG is calling Top Esports bluff in this game when Bin even TPs towards the mid lane tower and squashes out the Top Esports roster while Wayward, he had to TP back into his own lane, but BLG just executing the team fights perfectly. They wait out the dragon, they utilize their poke from the Ezreal Nidalee and the Nico, and they play the fight so slow with Jackie-Love, who's just already caught out of position at the very start, needing to use that flash. But you see Bin really making the difference as well, as it was, I believe, a 2-0 trade at the end. But still, this is not the start that you want to be looking for with an Azir composition.
And it's all about, you know, this kind of mid-jungle and how they're interacting with the bottom lane so far. And, well, BLG, certainly no issues to report in that regard. Look at where the gold is as well. Shun is ahead on the carry, and he might just find Wayward as well as Bin forces the flash out. Wayward thought he had the 1v1 he was looking for. He's 20 CS down in, you know, against a Renekton. You expect Renekton to have an advantage early, but now with Shun on the top side as well, this should be Herald for BLG.
And Shin and On are pretty much doing whatever they want around the map now. Jackie-Love doesn't even have the flash. Elk is naturally winning the 1v1 with an items advantage, working towards that Triforce. I don't know if Top Esports want to continue butting heads against BLG here.
They are going to try, though. Mark on the front line here as Yagao flashes forwards, doesn't find anyone with the Pop Blossom, and Wayward perhaps thinks he has an opportunity. Going for the counter-strike, but On denies it completely. Emperor's Defy just to protect the top laner. But now Tien is alone in the pit, and it means the 1v1 for Shun could come on through. Herald denies the perfect game from BLG.
Poor On, man. He got CC'd, and then he was met with death from Shelly. At the end, like you said, it is going to be a 1-for-1, but Rift Herald now picked up for Shun. BLG are going to utilize this Rift Herald, probably place it towards the bottom lane, free up Elk and On even more in the early game, and get that gold snowballing so early into the game. We see this fight being played out with Yago missing out his Pop Blossom. That is huge. But Top Esports, they just don't have enough pure damage to ever fight a 4v4, while Bin was just completely zoning out Tien in this instance. And you see that with the kick going onto Bin, On also got caught in the crossfire, I believe. Yes. So it was a bit of an unfortunate one. I don't think On should have been hit there. Bit of a skill issue, but at the end, the Rift Herald goes over to BLG.
I bet On's salty as hell about that one. Shelly getting involved beats him down at the end of the play. But look at the gold difference. It's almost 4,000 at 10 minutes in favor of BLG. And we said their average gold difference at 15 minutes is almost 1,500 gold. And that's across the whole league. So you got to imagine when they do get ahead, they've got to be massively ahead for that to be the average. What? Tien just removed.
Shun has a Dark Harvester at 10 minutes. He has his first item at 10 minutes. The jungle is unplayable for Tien. Now you already see from start to finish, On and Shun are linking up perfectly, where it is going to be constant numbers advantage for Tien. So he can't ever look for those skirmishes in the Riven. That's also first Dragon and Rift Herald going towards BLG, and they're snowballing this game perfectly.
Bin wanting to go in onto Wayward. He's actually going to die for this one, and he finishes the kill as well. Solo kill for Gigabin. Now in a 2v1, he will go down. Tien grabbing that kill, but my God, Bin starting as he means to go on.
And it's not about if it's worth or not. Bin is just straight up sending a message to Wayward. And the tragic thing for Top Esports, Rookie TP towards top, and he didn't get the kill. Tien took the kill away from Rookie on this Azir, so he spends the TP just to collect a wave pretty much.
Kind of insane here. Bin destroying in the top side, almost a 40 CS lead for him. And the fact that Rookie moves into that top lane to clear the wave, and Shun throwing a spear is enough for Rookie to just have to back away completely. Like, that's a 1v1 that the mid laner can't win. Is on some fancy footwork there. Pulls Jagulov in, forces the Feather Storm, and then dips out over the wall. Beautifully done by the BLG support.
This is quite literally On's playground. It doesn't matter how many people Top Esports send because he's just gonna dodge everything. And you're seeing a huge difference in terms of presence in the support role right now. On and Shun once again linking up. Tien is desperately trying to crawl back into the game by getting his cans, but it's not gonna matter too much when the enemy team is an entire half an island up on you. But the Rift Child is still up and available, so I'm expecting Shun to drop in this bottom side.
Certainly would expect that, as Elk already 2-0-4, already with a Triforce at this point is massive. You would love to keep just funneling more and more gold into this Ezreal. And I love that they're bringing out an Ezreal. It's not a pick that Elk is known for. It's a pick that Jagulov is known for, though. Bringing it out against him, getting the level 1 kill. Now trying to pressure, in this bottom side. Like you say, Herald available. And in the meantime, Elk is just whittling away at this tower, just getting slowly but surely these plates down. Not the greatest Herald I've ever seen placed, but it will walk its way on through towards this tower. And look at this 4-man presence towards the bottom side for BLG. Top Esports know they've just got to back away.
It's about the execution at the end, and the Rift Herald doesn't explode without getting any tower plates. So it also stops the double backs from Top Esports. That ruins the tempo for the next Rift Herald as well, while BLG, they're just gonna kind of reset with this gold advantage and then put their middle lane duo towards that top lane.
They're not going to reset. They don't need to. They denied the recalls, and they're going to go for a tier 2 here. You've got Ezreal, who's so good at killing towers. Nidalee's great as well. They're going to be able to finish a second tower here on their Herald. BLG, the tempo of their play is just insane.
And the sad thing is, I don't think Tien can either look for a play towards his top side. Renekton is way too strong right now, being level 11. However, Tien does have that gold drinker getting picked up, but I still feel like Bin has to be a little bit overextended in the lane if they do want to look for an opportunity. I was just looking at the statistics for Elk. Ezreal is actually his 3rd most played champion in his entire career history. So it is something that he's very comfortable on, and it is a champion that is kind of resurfacing into the current meta when champions like the Kai'Sa and Xayah are taken away, just because of how much of a nuisance you are once you get those 2 items online with the Mirror Mana, of course, as well. But we'll have to wait and see because he's very close to that item as well.
Certainly is. And like you said it yourself earlier, like Ezreal is a champion that sometimes feels a little bit slower to come online because you do need to stack the Mirror Mana, etc., etc. But when you're this accelerated, when you've got this scoreline, when your tier is almost stacked to 14 minutes, you're going to be coming online real quick. It doesn't feel like Elk needs to come online, honestly. It doesn't feel like this is a champion that needs more items right now.
All I'm gonna say is, you know a game's over when Ezreals are E in like that and he doesn't get punished whatever way possible. Shun's going for a 1v1.
I was gonna say, Shun just wins these, I'm pretty sure, as Bin moves in as well. Shun dodges the Q, but he's taken down. Wayward with a shutdown. Bin next on the chopping block, he's pulled in, but On jumps into the fray, and they win the 2v4. Yagao arrives to keep turning this play around, and suddenly it's a siege for BLG.
A bit too ambitious from the jungler BLG. Luckily for him, not too many Dark Seal stacks have been taken away on this Nidalee. Bit greedy in my opinion, but you know, Top Esports, they just rotated people faster, and that is going to be a huge shutdown going towards, I believe it went into the hands of Wayward. However, I still want to kind of highlight this 80 carry head-to-head we have right now. This Ezreal is getting a third tower in the mid lane.
He's going for it. Featherstorm force out. A Q would finish Jackie, but he has to back away. Mark arrives. Well, look at the confidence that Elk is playing with right here. It is an absolute head-to-head. And we said these 2 carries are known for their damage per minute. They're known for how much they want to dominate. And you can feel it on the Rift today.
Where do you feel Jackie struggling to recover from that level 1 mistake on the Xayah, the Triforce, the Mana Mune soon to be online for the side of Elk, and also the second dragon up and available on the map. I mean, I feel like Top Esports, they're just lacking so far behind in terms of tempo. They're not going to be able to really contest for any major objectives unless Wayward finds an insane flank angle where Elk does play a little bit too ambitious on his Ezreal where he doesn't have that E available. However, being someone like Elk, you have double flashes pretty much. You have the flash and you have the arcane shift. So there's room for mistakes.
I think on top of that as well, we saw from Shun's... Oh no, Tien's caught again. On is here for the stun. I don't think they have the damage to actually finish a kill here, is Elk. Gonna have to jump over the wall. True shot barrage!
Oh my!
Oh, so close.
But there's nothing topside. You see Shun's already starting this Ocean Soul, while Yago, he's just gonna match Rookie's push in the top lane. I don't think Tien is going to get sniped here. He is backing on a ward though, so BLG, they're gonna utilize this information.
Oh god, I'm so scared of these spears, man. Like, a single spear hitting. I know, like, Shun does so much damage at this point in the game. It is terrifying. And, you know, you were talking about, there's the potential of Elk getting caught out. That's like the way in for top esports. But with the way that BLG have been playing, like, we saw Shun getting caught out on the top side. Like, Bin and On just go in. I feel like if Elk is ever out of position, the whole team is just going to jump on top and turn it into a brawl.
Yeah, the problem with BLG's composition is you often see a lot of 4-1 protect the carry type of compositions where there's only one damage source. But if you scan over BLG's composition for game 1, they have 4 damage sources pretty much, even with Yago on the Nico who's going the Proto Belt, so he is going to hurt a lot. So it doesn't really matter if Shun does unfortunately get caught out as a bit of a straggler, because BLG Elk, he's hit his man immune at 18 minutes.
Yeah. I mean, hang on. On could be in trouble here, or could he? He's just gonna go in, isn't he? What am I talking about?
My Lord,
loses half of his health to a single spear. He's gone. Elk now over the blast cone. He wants to find Tien. Herald will be slammed down as Rookie drops the Sun Disc, but I don't know if that's enough to protect him, to be honest. Rookie versus the world. Jackie Love and Tien moving in to try and protect their mid laner. Herald will get its charge off anyway. They'll finish that one off, but now the minion wave moves in, and you know On is confident. You know he'll go for this one. A TP coming on through, and Rookie will survive. Walking away with Wayward there. Bin with the Dominus wants to move in again. Another flash force as Rookie barely survives, and Bin cuts him to pieces. BLG will never stop going forward. They decimate top esports. A clean ace at 19 minutes. They can walk into the base if they want to.
And you have to say, it couldn't have gone even worse, but Mark getting initially caught out, he comes back, joins the fight because of how much time Rookie bought on this Azir under his own Sun Disc. He ends up hooking Yago with the Pop Blossom further into the carries, but we'll have another look. The Arcane Shift was perfect from the side of Elk. That is one of Top Esports' main engages gone, and Shun being so confident, landing the Q and instantly going in for the execution, missing out on the damage, but BLG, they have pretty much everything. And just everyone look at the Nico and how she was able to get a free Proto Belt into three members of Top Esports.
Mark hooked the Nico into everyone. Oh, it's a disaster.
And Top Esports, oh no, Wayward's gonna go down. Shun's just 1v1ing solo laners at this point. I mean, this has been a go next angle since 10 minutes into the game. This is Top Esports, the 4th seed. If this doesn't tell you how terrifying BLG is this year, I don't know what will.
Does seem like On's a bit caught out though. Who's caught out?
Good engage. Yeah, Rookie's gonna go down. Good damage out from Elk. He just flashes at Jackie Love. Tien. Next opponent steps into the ring, kicks him back, but he'll be finished off as well. Bin to get a couple of his own. They thought they had a chance. They just get eradicated again. It's a 14,000 gold lead.
It's an absolute massacre. It's 20 kills to 3 right now. This is our top 4 teams competing for a spot in the upper bracket finals. And this is an absolute stomp of a game 1 from BLG.
Do you know, I criticized the Xayah Azir composition against the EDG because they were a bit too proactive, too willing to take fights when they were just slightly behind. BLG never even gave Top Esports an opportunity to think about what fights they're taking. BLG are just running at them.
Well, now we know if Top Esports, they don't get an early advantage in the first 15 minutes. It's so hard to recover for Jackie Love on this side as well, and that is something to reconsider coming to game 2 when if you decide to go towards that red side again. But Top Esports in particular, it does feel like they are much more comfortable on the blue side. So we'll have to wait and see if they decide to kind of go back onto the Azir and Xayah for 2 games. But, you know, I just feel like, no, it's not a draft problem, it's a game problem. On and Shun were linked up so well together, especially towards that first dragon.
Oof. Shun turns gold, and Mark unfortunately can't find that hook for himself. True Shot Barrage forces the Feather Storm. As Bin is just diving into Inhib Towers at this point. He's got a GA, and Elk can just free fire while the Croc is under the tower. Elk ready to jump over when he comes back, and in the meantime, Shun is just wiping the rest of the team off at the face of the Rift. This is decimation by definition from BLG. They enter playoffs, their first game here in round 4 after a record season in the LPL, and they continue as they started, absolutely annihilating Top Esports. Top Esports have yet to win a game against BLG this year. I don't think that's going to change today, Key, not after this game 1.
And if BLG end here, this is going to be the fastest game we've had so far in the summer playoffs. This was an absolute disaster coming out of Top Esports, and not the start that you want to be looking for this series. But BLG, I mean, they really showed up to this new patch, and I'm more than confident to say that they will be most likely one of our world representatives for the international events.
I mean, yeah, like... with the championship points they've got from Spring already, plus their top 4, I feel like the odds of BLG not making it to Worlds are almost 0 at this stage. But with the form that they're in as well, it's like, if BLG aren't in finals, I'll be gobsmacked. Based on what we've seen from Top Esports, based on what we've seen from LNG, like, BLG are here to play. My God. That early game, and like, even just the bottom lane, we were saying, Jackulov and Mark, so good in the 2v2s against Uzi and Mako, but I mean, Elk On just absolutely decimated them.
Yeah, and the problem with specifically On, you already see Top Esports taking away On's best champion, which is the Rakan, but he was able to do the exact same thing on Rel, and Rel is a champion that's even more prioritized in the current meta, and it can also get flexed towards that jungle. So that's 2 support champions that you have to consider about just versing On. But you also have to consider the fact that top lane is also going to be a huge problem for this series.
You've got On, who is like the used to be the Rakan 1 trick, right? So you have to ban the Rakan against him, but Rel is just Rakan 2.0. It's just tanky Rakan. So I feel like On is absolutely a duck to water in this one. I feel like MVP-wise, you could give it to any of those carries, but I feel like On is the contender for it. He played absolutely incredible on the Rel. Like, he was a part of every single play. Every time somebody overstepped from BLG, On was there, diving over walls, getting involved. Like, I feel like it was just if you want to learn how to play Rel, watch this game back. Watch what On does. That's how you take over a game as Rel.
Yep, but unfortunately, only 3 bans available in that first 3, of course. We're playing League of Legends here, and you can't ban every single champion, although the game is ever expanding in terms of how many numbers we have in the pool. But anyways, I won't be talking about this because we need to also consider the fact that Shun on this Nidalee was absolutely insane.
Yep.
It doesn't matter if you ban out all the AP junglers, and we were kind of thinking about like, oh, you know, if Sejuani, if the Vi isn't going to be considered, then what is he going to pick? We've seen teams play champions like the Skana or even Lilia coming into the new patch, but he just defaults back to Comfort, and it works perfectly because Renekton's currently in the meta.
Yeah, honestly, I love this composition from BLG, even though it's not quote-unquote meta. When you have the mechanics of these players, it works because, you know, things like the Kai'Sa and the Varus have been locked in a lot because of the poke that they can offer leading into fights, alongside things like the Jace in the mid lane, things like the Stack Chevalier Blanc in the mid lane. That also, it's all about that poke, right? Well, guess what? Nidalee brings poke to the table. Ezreal brings poke to the table. You can still play that style, but you can play it in it's like the BLG flavor of those meta compositions.
Yeah, and BLG, I mean, just being extremely confident with a banger of game 1, and we kind of highlighted how this composition, you needed a lead early. And I don't know if it's Top Esports kind of being a little lackluster or not respecting the opponent enough, but you just saw miscommunication out of all 5 members. coming from Jacula flashing a little late to react to On's initial engage level 1 in the bottom lane 2v2, or even Wayward hesitating to TP and join in on the 5v5 for that first dragon, where you saw Bin TPing towards mid lane tower and being the difference in terms of number and kind of sealing the deal, making Xun 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, the early game just across the board couldn't have gone better for BLG. I feel like it's difficult to criticize anything that happened for BLG. Top Esports, on the other hand, though, they'll move to the blue side for game number 2. And against EDG, every single win they got was on that blue side. They played much more proactive compositions. So let's see what they've got to bring to the table for the second game, because they are certainly going to have to change things after the fastest game of playoffs so far in game number 1 from BLG. We're going to jump into a break, and then we'll have to see what Top Esports have.
타기 하는 과정에서 떨어지면 절대 안 되고요. 호비 날리게 해야 됩니다. 날리게 해야 돼요. 먼저 앞면 뛰고 와 해당 없어요. 그리고 저 오른쪽 대박. 이거 되게 대박. 끝났는데 있진 않다. 끝났어요 벌써.
はちゃめちゃ、そしてヒロイックチャージから距離詰めてスティール成功はちゃめちゃです。ただキラツが入っていってカウンターストライク4人で決まったぞ。そのままコーポラルを持っていく。さあピッツァのロックアップも続けて決まる。ソーラーストップウォッチを使うんですが、なだれ込んでいくのは SHG。
Everybody's gonna see us light the way.
Aki is cooking, he's gonna flash over.
Oh, I mean, this might be a solo kill first. It's a stun! Oh, now Arla has level 6. Wait.
Oh my God!
Wait! Arla, you beauty!
Và những tóc biến lên của người dùng của một lại phút 1 sử dụng kỹ năng attack đi. Hack kỹ thuật, đó là xuyên tập kích cho nên không thành công lắm. Con gấu đang tắp lên. Ôi! Một bên cũng có phụ nữ đồng đội rất yêu, kéo rất là hay, đẩy một thành viên về KT đang sẵn sàng để chiếm điểm lượng nhưng không thành công. Khi ra về W còn muốn đi vượt đang bắn, đang liên tục ra Slayer cùng các bạn đang xét thủ number 9, kỹ năng chỗ đang bắn liên tục được muốn đi. Slayer đang siêu cơ ra có được bạn Penta kill siêu cho Slayer. Chào直接举单，原本来这总有4个人啊，交闪现离开，但火扑连击已经没有了。另外一边是 Bruce 想来单挑，但看起来一个 Gemini 有点难敌到对方决定的4名成员，看着自己坚定不移想阻挡一个羽毛倒钩，闪现顶只有2个人，只要3个，再配上牛以及拉莫的伤害，这时候永烧小弟但回身。CF 的阵型一蹶不乱，他再一个羽毛倒钩已经让 Bruce 拿下个 double kill， 往前还要再领会这个空杀防壁 ，CF 的所有成员都要被决定给扫根干净。
Shield either, they can step up here for a lot of damage. G2 comes in with the counter. Oh my god! It's done, and now Hansama just begins to open up and make the first of all. Hansama trying to get forward as well, but he just continues to rain hell down on XL. Elder now the top. They're so low. The dragon resets. Hansama gets go limit forward, and now he steps forward, and Hansama just barks all over them. And Hansama is looking to make it 4 and looking to send XL into the lower bracket. Hansama is single-handedly taking G2 to the final.
So don't you tell me about
我们春季赛和夏季赛最大的区别，我觉得就是我们现在都变得越来越心态更加的稳定了，然后也会减少之前的失误，慢慢的把该做的做得更好，所以我们的现在的状态非常好。我觉得相比于常规赛，我们季后赛还要打得更加的好，然后失误再少一点，配合的再更好一些，这样我们才能赢下季后赛的强大的对手吧。我觉得 BO3 和 BO5 区别还是非常大的，不管是从战术储备方面来讲，或者从心态方面来讲，就是一个不同的游戏。但是我们队的 BO5 我是非常相信我们的队友还有我自己的，所以我们在 BO5 会一直赢的。就进入4强也没什么想说的吧，就觉得都是很顺其自然的，因为我们实力就是非常强。然后我就希望我的队友们季后赛也不要紧张，也不要有压力，就是拿出我们自己的实力出来，好好的打每一场比赛就好了。
Welcome back, everybody, to what was an absolute power stomp in game number 1. BLG, they saw that we had a couple of delays to start the stream today, so they decided to crank up the pace to make sure we could stay on schedule. It's 1-0 to BLG. I'm joined by Kitty as we head towards this second game. And let's just take a moment here, Kitty, to live in the reverence that is on Rel. That was a masterclass on the Metal Horse. Unbelievable performance from the support on BLG.
Yeah, a moment of support appreciation as he receives his first MVP in the summer playoffs. Just look at that KD8, 21 assists on this Rel, and it all started with that initial W engage, hitting onto Jackie Love, getting both summoners and even a kill into Elk's pocket, and then linking towards the jungle of BLG and just getting so much tempo set on the map to allow Yaga to also kind of rotate towards these skirmishes. This was the initial first blood where Jackie Love wasn't able to play the game. We saw the Xayah being a blind champion, being prioritized by the side of top esports, but it didn't really work out because now we know that BLG, they have an answer, and it's called Ezra, where he just outranges you and he finds that mana mune spike so very early on in the game. But I think BLG for this game 1, it's safe to say that they are just a much more synergized 5-man unit for these skirmishes.
Yeah, honestly, like the difference that On was making to these early skirmishes, setting up for Shun's skill shots, it felt like these 3 on your screen right there were just a part of every single play. It felt like they controlled the early game. And it meant that both Elk and Bin could just sweep up farms, sweep up kills off the back of these scraps, and dominate the game for the rest of it. So just unbelievable stuff. And I feel like there was a lot of potential MVPs because when you're winning this hard, everyone looks good. But On was... I feel like he was the main character of a lot of these fights. He was the one that was setting everything up for the team.
Yeah, I mean, it makes Shun's life so much easier trying to hit those spears if the enemy team's immobilized. And guess what? That's what Rel does best with like 3 built-in hard CC into Rakith for the new patch. But you know, coming into game 2, what is going to be top esports recovery from this game 1? We obviously know the Rel needs to go. Either they pick it away for Mark to play, or they need to find a hard counter in the matchup. We often see Alistar, even Maokai, being a response to the champion in the bottom lane, where it is going to be a lot more difficult for On to really find those angles that BLG so desperately rely on as setup. Another question is, I don't think Azir is working that well for top esports. It's not fitting their team identity, where we know top esports, they love responding to these early skirmishes, but once rookies on a champion like the Azir, if you're playing before the first item spike, where Azir kind of does something, but he really depends on 2 items to do anything, it is going to take the entire top esports roster out of their own element, and that's game 1 kind of shows the result of the Azir getting locked in.
I have to say I'm much more hopeful for top esports with them moving over to the blue side now. Hopefully that is enough for them to, have a more significant impact. Or actually, I assume they were moving to the blue side. I didn't hear what the producer said earlier. The problem I have, here's the big snag with the whole thing. Because, in terms of draft, you'd expect, blue side, that's going to be better. it's not like BLG drafted just like the best meta composition for this game. It's not like they just went for all of the power picks from the start. Like, they played Nidalee and Ezreal in this one. They played Nico mid that nobody else has been playing in playoffs. Like, they didn't even play the standard 13-13 OPs that everyone else has been playing for most of it, aside from like the Rel and the Renekton. So I don't know if blue side makes a difference. If BLG is this flexible with the non-meta picks, and on red side they could get counter picks and stuff as well, I don't know. Maybe it's too much of a champion pool difference at that point. I agree with you, though, that Rookie, we need to see more proactivity. We need to see the LeBlanc, the Jace, things like this coming through, where he can really have a big impact in that early game, because he's got to start matching Yaga.
Yeah, we talked about how mid lane party was going to be very important when it comes to who gets first move to these skirmishes, and obviously with the Nico Azir matchup in game 1, Nico was going to have permanent first move towards these dragons, and that's what we saw. But I feel like for the side of top esports going towards the blue side, a bit of a, I guess, slip through was Tristana got completely untouched from that game 1. She didn't get picked, she didn't get banned, and it was BLG not going what other teams have been seeing as that default. You know, most teams, if they do have the Tristana being let through, where Sejuani is also considered, you can just lock in Tristana and Sejuani and boom, that's your mid-jungle duo. But, you know, BLG, they're more than happy to be creative with it, and that scares me, because now they have the counter pick for either on or bin, and they both stood out so well in the game 1, where I'm sure that they're cooking something up for specifically even the support, because I believe Mako was the one that came out with a Maokai support in game 5 in their EDG series, so they could have anything up their sleeve.
We'll have to see what top esports are going to bring out here. Rakan ban still going to come on through. This time they're banning Jax rather than having it for Wayward. The LeBlanc that we talked about has been removed. The Maokai has been removed as well from TN. I wonder if they leave the Jace open with Maokai being banned. It's a question. Obviously, TN could still go towards that Ivan, which does work well with the Jace anyway. We'll have to stay. Kai'Sa going to be the priority, but Nico being the forced ban as well away from Yagao. Yeah, like there's still a lot on the table here.
Interesting. Nico getting banned in the new patch is a relatively new one. The Jace is going to get first picked away for Rookie. That's the mid party that they've been looking for. We often see the Tristana getting locked in for mid as a normal response to this champion, where they do fight for just early item advantages. However, we have seen Bin locking in the Renekton blind in that game 1. I wouldn't be surprised if they do it again. The Rel and the Sejuani can also be locked in or considered by the side of BLG, and that's 2 games in a row for On. And the question continues into the game 2, where is BLG comfortable enough with saving this Rel as a potential flex pick, where they either drop the jungle or support towards that 4 and 5 and they completely catch top esports out of their kind of element. But that means the Varus is also left open from game 1. That was a ban that was initiated from BLG being on blue side. Jackie Love, he looks way better on something like on the Varus in terms of laning phase, and they are looking for domination in the early game.
Certainly are. Varus was banned in the first one. Let's see if that can change things. Tien getting himself to Sejuani. Sejuani Jace, such a powerful combo in the early game as well. We'll see what BLG are going to go for this third pick, because, you know, they played the Renekton and the Rel in the previous game. And beyond that, it started to get a little bit wacky in terms of the picks coming on through. With Nico taken off the board, I'm curious if BLG still lean towards that mid lane, and they haven't even noticed that there's a patch. They're still just playing the same mid laners from the previous one.
Hey, you know, if it's not broken, why fix it? Annie, one of Yagao's most played champions in the summer, split, and Annie only received a slight nerf to her Q, where the magic damage did go down by a couple of numbers, but she still is a very big bully when she has her Tibbers available in her level 6 spike. But we'll have to wait and see, because it's kind of cursed for me in particular, looking at top esports, having Jace Sejuani locked in but batting the Jax themselves. If they had the Jax in this matchup, where it's a winning lane for Wayward to play once again, and it also synergizes perfectly with Sejuani for Tien in game 2, so I'm not too sure if they're gonna kind of default to Wayward playing a tank, something like the Ornn.
Yeah, I do wonder as well. I think, like, in a perfect world, I agree with you that they'd love to be playing Jax in this game, but you just know Bin would happily blind the Jax. Like, getting a Bin on Jax is not something that top esports want to deal with, so I can kind of get behind the ban, to be honest. The Alistair, that combination, or the counter, sorry, that you were mentioning versus the Rel, banned away by BLG here. Do you ban the Nidalee? Yes, you do. Look at that should, forcing both bans onto non-meta champions in the second round. That is a presence to the series that you rarely see.
All right, now the question is, what is Xun going to play in game 2? Because Vi is still up and available if he wants to take it. It is also going to work perfect against Rookie and Jackula being locked onto those long-range carriers with very low mobility. It's going to be the Lee Sin locked in, so this time around, he's going to have the Hikus coming into game 2.
Yeah, not a pick that Xun is particularly known for. He's played it in his career a fair amount. He's played 16 games. He's won 10 of them. Certainly not a bad record on it, but not a signature by any means. The Nautilus, Cassante coming on through. We're going full meta for the side of top esports. And then Aphelios locked in for BLG. Obviously, big nerfs into Aphelios coming into the patch. His sustain especially took some massive hits. We'll see if he can live into this Varus. Could well be on hit Varus, honestly, as well. It's not like the team of BLG, it could be lethality Varus coming in, because BLG's composition not particularly tanky, and it feels like top esports do need more of that early game presence, so could be a big poke composition from top esports.
Yeah, top esports, I mean, we've seen Jackula play the Varus in the playoffs already, and he did go the Youmuu's build, so he's more than happy to go towards that AD build in this game too, playing alongside Rookie's Jace, which will find huge lane priority up against the Annie in terms of the early game, and that's exactly what Tien needs to work off if they want to find those early advantages, to allow Mark and Tien to be given that opportunity to link up and find the first few dragons, and then that's where they really pop off, right? But my biggest concern is, I feel like, once again, BLG, they're just defaulting back to comfort. They have the Annie locked in for Yago, a champion that we don't really see coming to the new patch. It was dominating patch 13.12, but a lot of people have dropped her because of the meta switching over to priority on AD champions, where they spike of one item, and also they pair alongside AP junglers perfectly in terms of synergy. But this time around, it's the Aphelios, which is going to be the big question for us, as he has received a lot of nerfs to his multiple guns. I believe, like you said, the lifesteal's a huge one, where it does kind of make him prone for mistakes in the early game, where I believe top esports, they're going to start targeting that in the early game.
You'd certainly expect so. We'll have to wait and see what top esports game plan is. They won all 3 games on the blue side against EDG. If you have faith, if you have belief in top esports, this is the game that they need to win. They have ways of getting early presence. They've got a great early jungler. They've got a strong mid laner for the early game as well. This has got to be the game where top esports show us that this series is not just about BLG. This is going to be a series between the two teams. And, you know, up against Yagao, their old rival, a player that they have faced many, many times over the years. Yagao looking unfazed in game number 1. Let's see if they can change that for game 2.
Now heading into game 2, BLG coming in as the absolute titans. They delivered in game 1, and they want to continue this streak and make their way into the upper bracket finals to find their rematch up against the potential of a JDG for the summer finals. But this is going to be the first step in taking down top esports.
Yagao walks out, keeps himself safe. I wasn't sure if I was going to have to interrupt the JOs there for a second, but he'll get out with his life. And it's in time that it shouldn't affect the laning phase all too much at all. So let's talk compositions here, Kitty. Let's talk about the big picture of this game. Bit more scaling on BLG in the form of that Aphelios here, but they have plenty of early strength in those top 3 picks, in the Renekton, Lee Sin, and Annie. I feel like you could just abandon the Aphelios on the bottom side and play up towards top.
Yeah, especially if Jackie and Mark don't have that level 6 available, where Elk is going to have the safety of both of his summoners, especially taking that cleanse as well. It's going to be really hard to kind of consider the fact that Rookie and Jackie need to live in these team fights. But you're up against Arel, Lee Sin, and Renekton, where they have so much gap close, so they need to really depend on their flash timers if they want to find a successful team fight, or if they do really good vision setup. However, in the early game, I'm assuming Tien, on a champion like the Sejuani, he is going to pod towards the bottom side. Top lane most likely going to be an isolated 1v1, and it is going to be dependent on how both of these junglers impact the bottom side of the map.
Let's find out how it's going to pan out here. The Varus will certainly give a lot more lane presence to Top Esports. Just trading back and forth onto the supports here as Elk pushes forwards. Even with the nerfs, you still do have a lot to sustain for the laning phase. With the Calibrum Severin, it's such an incredibly strong combo for the first couple of levels. But Varus, an incredibly strong laning champion. You would expect that bottom lane to go a lot better than what happened in game number 1 here for Top Esports.
Yeah, for Top Esports, the formula is going to be simple. Mark and Jackie need to hold out, wait for Tien to really start impacting the lane. On is already extremely low. He does have some pots though, as we have Shun starting the blue buff himself and pathing towards that top side. So it's going to be a bit of a trade in terms of map sides. But I think Sejuani in the first three, can look for a potential flash out of Yaga, and that denies a lot of skirmish opportunities out of BLG. And I feel like Yaga and Shun, two people in particular, really do impact the early game so much, where they need to really just consider the fact that Shun on Lee Sin is not going to be the most impactful until he hits 6, so they have a bit of a time frame to look for those opportunities.
Let's see if they can find it. Elk having a bit of a struggle on the CS under this tower. You can see massively behind in CS off of this early game and missing quite a few underneath the tower. Perhaps not something he's practiced a ton coming into playoffs. As you can see, Tien moving into this bottom river, should be able to get the crab off of the back of this early domination in the bottom lane from Jackie and Mark.
I'm pretty surprised that BLG chose Aphelios as the response into the early Varus pick from the side of Top Esports, because the reason why Varus came back into the meta is that he is seen as a counter for the Aphelios hook lands.
On's in trouble. Oh no, Mark flashes into the knockup and Elk will protect On here. Ignite goes down onto Tien to deny the potential dive. And both Elk and On will walk away, only Ignite used.
Yeah, that is so unfortunate for Mark. He still had the passive on his auto, so if he was able to get that auto onto On, that would have been a dead rel and first blood going towards Top Esports. But now they have full information about how Tien did show in the bottom side. You already see the vision control that BLG has planted. The observers are also zooming in on how Elk is losing out on another cannon wave. We see a replay of this. On tanks the hook, uses the W to escape, saving his flash, and Mark flashes into the knockup of the rel, and not getting that passive down is so sad. But at the end, BLG bottom lane, although they don't die, but the CS difference is huge for Top Esports to force out.
When's the last time you saw a 20 CS lead at 4 minutes? That is something else. Luckily, Elk does have the wave on his side of the rift right here. I'd love to see those minions see what kind of position it's in, but I believe it's going to push away from him again. As the previous wave crashed, it should push towards Jackulov. So that CS deficit, unfortunately for Elk, shouldn't even get any better anytime soon unless some shenanigans occur in the bottom side. Shun moving down to try and make sure that this wave can crash into the tower. The Elk and On don't just get frozen out of this lane completely.
And yeah, we were correct. It is going to be the AD lethality Varus for Jackulov in this game too. No static shift seen for this game, which is honestly a godsend. I'm done with watching static shift dominating the meta where you just one-tap the wave. At least for lethality and Manamune, you have to start hitting abilities. But BLG, they did get to push the wave in, and Tien could potentially look for a revisit, but the vision control from the side of BLG in Game 2 in particular has been really good, where you saw the 2 initial wards placed towards, I believe, Tien's topside jungle. They didn't spot out the Sejuani in the first time around, but because they were able to kind of trace the movement of this jungler, I mean, they're going to look for a 3v3 here.
On going to be ignited there. Again, no summoners used from the side of BLG. They're doing a very good job of, despite the amount of pressure that's being put on them, keeping hold of those summoners, not using them, not dying. Unfortunately, it's at the cost of a massive lead for Top Esports to kick us off. Shun in the pixel brush right now. He's going to move away towards this mid lane instead. Yagao has Tibbers. They're going to get the stun. They're going to get onto Rookie. The Sonic Wave is there. And it's first blood for Shun in the mid lane.
Rookie, you knew that BLG weren't contesting for this dragon, but Shun showed in the bottom side. You should have never been that pushed up in the lane, especially when Yago had that stun available. But that's first blood. But Tian, I don't know if he can find another angle. Yago doesn't have the TP available either, so it is just the lonely AD carry under his tower with 2 minions.
Elk trying to escape, but that's Tien with ultimate available as well. Elk is doomed. And even with the cleanse, he's going to be taken down. Still 20 CS lead for JackieLove, plus waves crashing here, plus another plate that is primed and ready for Jackie. They could cancel recalls and go for on here, but no, they want the tempo.
It's a huge switch up in the game too. Mark and Tian most likely going to link up and work towards that Rift Herald, which will be spawning in about 30 seconds. But this is just a bit of a mistake coming out of the mid laner for Top Esports. Shun finding an angle as he did give over the first dragon to the side of Top Esports. He gets the first blood, and he is just going to start working towards that gold drinker so very early on, where he is going to kind of offer a lot in terms of skirmish, at least damage-wise.
So, good start here for Top Esports, and you know, in theory, it feels like they're really, really far ahead, right? From what we've been seeing from this bottom lane, it feels like Top Esports are massively ahead. But actually, when you look at the gold right now, it's pretty much dead even between the two teams. That first Drake being the difference maker for Top Esports. And now Herald spawning onto the map. Tien wants to go for that one. But Shun moving up towards the top side as well. Both bottom lanes sticking around as On maybe going to prove me wrong as he starts to head up towards the top side of the map.
But Top Esports, they're rotating the duo of bottom lane towards this Rift Herald, so they really want to secure this with a 5-man pressure onto this objective, while Elky had to catch that wave that was initially pushed in, so it is going to be secured by Tien. I wouldn't be surprised if he places this mid and accelerates the Duskblade for Rookie on this chase in the game too, where he will start really pumping out the damage with those shock blasts, especially considering the fact that other than Elk, everyone is extremely low range for BLG.
Oh, hang on. This is
Jackie.
Hang on. No, this is not a dive angle. Look at the minimap. The cavalry is on its way. You've got 3 players headed towards the bottom lane. BLG, I think, rightly deciding not to... Oh,
Mark
God.
has the flash, though.
Not the greatest flash. Yeah, On still gets hit by the arrow. Mark doesn't go for the flash in the end, but JackieLove and Mark, they'll be able to crash another wave on this reset from Elk.
I'm surprised Mark didn't go for it. He had the flash available. He also had his Nautilus ult that could have instantly connected for JackieLove to really charge up a Q and snipe this support that was extremely overextended. But now the Rift Herald is up and available for Tien. You already see him hovering towards that mid lane. All they need is a bit of an overstep from the flashless Annie, and that's the pick they need to really get those tower plates rolling for this Top Esports composition. While this Aphelios is really struggling, currently down 30 CS, consistently getting pushed in. So BLG, they shot themselves in the foot with this Aphelios counter as one of those 4 or 5 picks as a response to the Varus.
Yeah, the one like silver lining is, you know, when we talk about scaling, when we talk about late game, Aphelios is going to be fantastic beyond 3 items. You know, JackieLove on a lethality Varus will fall off later. The only problem is, it's like, do you ever get to that point for the Aphelios? But also, like, this composition, if Top Esports just stay at long range, Aphelios never really gets to participate in the fight. Tien is in the bottom lane, and he's found On. No flash available for On right now. He's not level 6 either, but Shun's moving over. I don't know if this fight is winnable for BLG, with Ghostblade already there for JackieLove, and I think rightly so they're going to decide not to go for it.
All BLG needs to do is kind of diffuse the situation. You already see that Top Esports, they're very eager to look for a pick. That is also the gold drinker getting picked up for the jungle of BLG. But because they had to look for those reset timings, Top Esports, they're going to utilize that time frame and get some plates in the mid lane. Yago has the flash. I don't know if Tien can look for this.
Could be tough. Goes for it. Finds the ult. It's not tough. I was wrong. It's absolutely not tough. They one-shot him. Yagao taken out of the picture. Rookie showing up in this one to Shun. Has to get a bit of damage down himself. Still going for this one, but won't follow the Sonic Wave up. Just getting a bit of damage in, but Mark is coming into the lane as well. Flash comes out, but a ward hop from Shun. He was ready for that.
Look, my mid laner died the exact same way. Shun wasn't going to get tricked 2 times in a row, but that was a really good ultimate out of vision from Tien, where Yago wasn't able to react to it, and that is going to be the kill going into the hands of Rookie. TP from Yago.
This could be it. Yagao flashback available. Jackie Love the target. He has cleansed for the stun though, and a TP coming on through. But instead, they just go for Mark. Sonic Wave lands. The ult goes wide, but it doesn't matter. Mark down. It's to trade for support. Shun has to try and escape. Elk stuck in the pit in a 1v1 with Wayward and taken down. Yagao trying to get his stun available, but it's 4 players strong for Top Esports. Bin nowhere to be seen. A snipe from Jackie Love. Top Esports remind us why they were in the top 4 as they hunt for Yagao under the tower. Knocked back from Wayward. Double kill for Jackie Love.
And at the end, a 3-for-2 trade as the bottom lane of Top Esports does fall, but still exactly the early need that they needed in the hands of Rookie. And now this chase is going to be completely out of control in terms of Snowball. Top Esports, they've woken up in game 2, and it really is their shining moment for the blue side.
It certainly is. The goal difference not that dramatic, and you just saw on your screen, Bin 20 CS up, and he's got 4 plates. Might be able to finish off that tower with this next wave as well. That is the shining light for BLG. Bin has to carry.
You see Yago TPing towards the bottom lane, looking at Jackie Love, but he had double summoners for this instance, so he burns everything onto the support. But a Affiliate also goes wide. Everything pretty much used for the support of Top Esports, where Rookie even traded kills in terms of the support 1v1. But with Wayward having an extra TP and contributing to the cause, Bin as a trade. Oh no, Yago.
Lovely, lovely. Rookie and Tien. I mean, Jace Citrali is such a terrifying combo, isn't it? You've got the damage, but you've also got that CC and follow-up. Another fantastic pick. Another window for Top Esports. They are building this lead, and it's good to see that they're finding a way into this series. After game number 1, I was a little bit nervous for them, it has to be said. But here in game number 2, both Rookie and Jackie Love in a phenomenal position, and Tien doing so much to set all of that up.
The only shining light for BLG right now is the 5-plate Renekton. He was able to get first blood tower through the top lane because Top Esports forced 5 people towards that skirmish. So if BLG, they want to look for a successful team fight, they need to work with Bin and how he has his flash available to get his hands onto the likes of Rookie and Jackie Love, who won't have summoners available for this upcoming Rift Herald.
And the thing for BLG is, like, this is a team that have been incredibly dominant when they get ahead, but when they don't get ahead, like, Top Esports also have an incredible win rate. Like, it's 100% in the regular season when they're ahead at 15. We're broaching that 15-minute mark, and Top Esports have found that lead for themselves. And you can see littering the top side of the map with wards on. Now trying to move in to deal with some of that vision. Shun going to be alongside him, but any contestant from Top Esports, they'll regain vision control. They've got 2 Drakes already. They got that first Herald. It feels like this is a much more confident showing from Top Esports in game 2.
In Top Esports, they do have a lucky ward in the river, so they spot the Rift Herald getting started up by BLG. Yaga has the TP available as you see Rookie rotating up from the bottom lane. They're going to force a 5v5. They don't want to give this over to BLG.
Bin is actually the richest man in the server, somehow. And if there's one thing Renekton can do, it's fight Herald. A ward behind the team. TP coming through from Yagao has been jumps into the pit. Dominus available. They try and flip the Herald here. It's a smite off between the junglers, but Tien gets it. As down goes the jungler of BLG. Bin, he's strong, but he ain't strong enough. Taken down here as Yagao goes into the meat grinder. And Top Esports, they make mincemeat of BLG.
What an absolute redemption coming out of this roster for the game 2, with even securing the Rift Herald into their pockets as well. I don't know if people noticed a little bit of a detail, but Rookie was zoning out on that entire fight. This was a 4v5 from the beginning. You see the Rel dropping down to 1 HP before she can even look for a Magnet Storm onto the carries of Top Esports. And that just means Elk, he has no one to really work with as that frontline. Yago, he had to look for the perfect engage, but he didn't really have the angle because JackeyLove and Rookie, they had so much range, and BLG, they don't have the composition to really be fighting all these hard skirmishes this early on in the game with the Nephilios.
Yeah, it feels like that Renekton's strong, but like, he's not 1v5 strong, you know? He can't just go in on his own, and the rest of the team kind of just being destroyed before the fight could even properly kick off. Top Esports, they know how to snowball a game, and they're showing us. Drake coming up in a minute's time. Got a 4,000 gold lead, and that should be enough for them to just muscle their way towards victory. There is some scaling on the side of BLG, but with how this early game has gone for the bottom lane, I mean, Elk only on that Kraken Slayer is JackeyLove. Already 2 items headed towards a 3rd.
The scary thing is he's sitting on tier 1 boots, so he doesn't really have the movement speed to run away if he's over pushed in lane. So you already see him hugging his tier 2 tower, letting JackeyLove automatically push the wave in. And BLG, they need to play on the defense, but Top Esports, they want to end this game as fast as possible with a 4k gold lead.
Yep, feeling like they'll be able to get the tier 2 in the bottom side here as On forced out in the mid lane, dodges away from the arrow. JackeyLove has to cleanse here. Another Q would do it. And Shun flashes over the wall and finds the kick through mark. Perhaps an opportunity for BLG, but Tien still strong here. Gets an ult onto Shun as they dash away to safety. Ward over the wall. BLG know what's going on here. They're still a part of the play. Yagao has stun. Wayward the target. The CC chain is good onto the top laner, but he's tanky. Elk trying to get the shurikens out. Moonlight Vigil flashed away from Sonic Wave, cannot connect as Bin tries to cut off the retreat. BLG need this play to get back into the game. Wayward pulls Yagao over the wall. He might have sacrificed himself for the play here. It's Bin on the front line, setting up onto Tien. Shun goes in, but in the meantime, the rest are falling. Rookie wants the play here, but he's cut down. Elk and Yagao both surviving, and BLG find a way back in.
BLG just found the most insane picks onto the carries for Top Esports. Carries were just dropping like flies. JackeyLove way too overextended in the mid lane, and cutthroat decision making from Yago using the flash, catching the AD carry out of position, and a huge follow-up for BLG. And Top Esports, they just gave the ticket for BLG to come back into the game.
They certainly did. My goodness, that is something else, isn't it? BLG somehow finding a way into a scrap. Great decision making from Yagao. He's never going to let Top Esports get away with just an easy, clean win. Still a 3,000 gold lead. Still 3 dragons for Top Esports. Still control for the side of Top Esports. But BLG show that they are not done just yet. That's a bit of an influx of gold for Elk as well, getting that kill onto Rookie at the end.
Yeah, I believe it was around an 800 bounty goal for the affiliates to pick up to really seal the deal. Top Esports, they still managing to continue the dragon stacking as BLG, they had to force the reset. Bin's in a bit of a trouble here.
This could be dangerous. He's going to destroy the tower. Dominus is available. He's strong on the Renekton. Is he 2v1 strong is the question. He's trying to escape now. The sustain is kind of off the charts. Him and Wayward on even health, but Q3 is enough to scare him away. Flashes over the wall, but he got his tower.
I've seen people fail those flashes over the wall. That is a thick wall, to say the least. This is once again JackeyLove a bit too ambitious with his pathing, as he was spotted out on blue ward. Yago instantly flashes onto the overstepped AD carry, and Shun following up with a huge kick onto the support of Top Esports, which connects onto JackeyLove, and pick by pick, Top Esports, they just dropped because BLG, they utilized their spacing. They were slowly suffocating the roster of Top Esports, where they continued to get a pick onto Wayward, then Rookie. I really thought Rookie could do something on the Jace with the Duskblade passive, but ended up giving the shutdown over to Elk.
Yagao's in trouble, but he dodges the CC and moves back in onto Mark instead. Turns golden, and it's a 1-for-0. Yagao should go down, so it's 1-for-1 now. As Bin jumps onto JackeyLove. JackeyLove saved, but On crashes down, and Bin happy to tank for the time being. The sustain is insane as Shun gets into the play, but the Croc is down, and Top Esports, they're hunting for more. Moonlight Vigil does nothing and Top Esports maintain control. 20-minute Baron is their signature, and they will not be denied it.
BLG, they forced the fight without their AD carry, although Jackie Love was once again mispositioned. I mean, it doesn't really matter because Rookie survives, and like you said, a 21-minute Baron. Now they're going to utilize this, take down the top towers, reset again, work towards that final dragon, which is a win soul. Great soul for the side of Top Esports to work off, especially for Wayward on the Cassante, which we haven't even highlighted yet, but this was a play forced out by Top Esports. The Varus goes wide, unfortunately, and they turn on a mispositioned AD carry where there was just a fat wall, and we didn't have flashes available for the double carries of Top Esports, as we also have TPs coming in, but Philos is coming out of base, so this was just one of their DPS gone, and with the Annie kind of going down and been consistently CC'd, they didn't have the damage to kill off Wayward and Rookie.
I mean, the fact that this whole play happens while Elk isn't there. Imagine if that's a 5v5. BLG actually win that. The fact that BLG are committing to that fight is a testament to A, their confidence, but B, like, maybe a little bit of poor decision making. Because realistically, while you're behind in the game and your AD carry's not participating, you're probably not going to win the 4v5, are you? Top Esports punish them heavily for it. Nice bit of individual playmaking from BLG, but it's not enough to win against a team that is 5,000 gold up on you, and in a minute and a half, they'll be looking towards a soul as well.
You already see them, Top Esports, executing on the two top lane towers. With Dragon only being 1 minute away, I think BLG, they're just going to try and fix their sideways before that fight comes up. But BLG, they had an opportunity to come back into the game, but they forced the 4v5. They make the mistake. On gets hooked.
Oh, knocked up, denied his escape, taken down. Beautiful little pick there for Top Esports. He tried to get some vision, tried to get some control for BLG, but he shall not be allowed it. BLG not relenting. For a single moment here as Yaga flashes onto Jackie Love. He walks away with his life and is Shun taken down instead. Tien behind enemy lines here underneath the tower. Moonlight Vigil across the team as well. But Wayward happy to tank. He gets onto the AD carry and he gets a bit of redemption for the EDG series. Phenomenal game from Top Esports. They have yet to take a game from BLG in 2023, but this marks a change in that history. This marks one on the board for Top Esports as they prove that they can never be counted out of a series. Domination from start to end and almost matching the time that BLG managed to find in game one.
Rookie sends BLG to the Shadow Realm. 13-2 on this Jace. Don't give Rookie his LeBlanc, and Jace, this guy's an absolute menace this playoffs, and he's really stepping up for the entire roster.
He really is. A fantastic performance out from Rookie. And I love that Top Esports didn't flinch, you know? Like, there were so many of these fights where BLG played really aggressively and confidently, and a lot of lesser teams, like, kind of flinch at that confidence. They back away from that confidence. Top Esports go, no, we're stronger than you, and we know it. They take them down. They're willing to scrap. And I have to say, this series is living up to my expectations, because my expectations going in were both of these teams are going to fight tooth and nail from the word go. And both games so far have just been scrapping from start to end.
Yeah, it kind of feels like whoever wins that first major dragon fight at around the 8-minute mark just wins the overall game. But to be fair, if you look at BLG's composition for the second game, it was very confusing. They had two losing lanes toward the bottom side where we didn't really see Shun playing towards Bin on this Renekton either, because you're versing a Cassante. Cassante isn't gonna die to Renekton and Lee Sin. That's unfortunately the reality, but we also need to highlight how Wayward on this Cassante did huge impact on this champion, where he was consistently finding his hands onto the carry, specifically in the last team fight where I believe he did like a bit of a banana combo where he dashed over the wall and then just kidnapped someone into the entirety of Top Esports and ended the game pretty much. But still, this champion should be considered for the side of BLG to be banned off if they want Wayward out of his element, because Wayward looked really good as well.
Yeah, Wayward having a phenomenal game for himself, and I think a much needed confident game from Wayward. Like, in playoffs, it has been a little lackluster from the top laner of Top Esports. It's good to see him having a good game. It's good to see that the spirits are still high. We could see him grinning on the stage with his SpongeBob hand warmers. Like, the guy is still feeling good. Spirits are still high within Top Esports, and they push us to an even series. That is what we wanted to see. Rookie, absolute domination. Jackulov having a really good early game as well, although he did get caught a couple of times, it has to be said. But I feel like Rookie and Tien really dominating how the early game was played.
I'm convinced to say that Jackulov and the Shy just have a global taunt. It doesn't matter what champion they're playing, they're going to get instantly shut down, and the opposing team is going to commit 4 or 5 members every single time just to kill off either Jackulov or the Shy, and that's exactly what you kind of saw in this game. But luckily, you know, other than the Varus, they also had a 13-2 Jace in the hands of Rookie, and Rookie was a clear MVP for everyone watching this game too, because you saw him finding that kill onto Yago under the tower, working off Tien's synergy perfectly and just snowballing out of control.
He certainly did. As Yagao had some good moments, but also getting caught out a little bit. Like, I really like the play from Rookie and Tien in the bottom side, where it's like, Yagao's going to come get this wave. Yagao's going to come and solo farm. Let's pick him off. You can see 1-0 and 16 for Tien as well. Phenomenal game from him, being a part of almost every play. But I do feel like Rookie kind of stealing the show for this one on the Jace. We said we wanted to see the Jace, we wanted to see the LeBlanc. We get it, and we get a performance once again.
It's kind of insane to think that Tien did 19% damage on a full tank Sejuani, and then the lethality Varus also did just a little bit more. At the end, it was still more, but still, Tien, Rookie, Wayward, huge performance in Game 2 and really redeeming themselves from that Game 1, because like you said, both 2 games have been complete stomps so far, and I do feel like, you know, the priority in mid jungle is going to be key. However, we also saw a bit of a misplay from on this rel in particular, where L, he's a feast or famine type of player, where if he finds a lead in the early game, then he will just impact the entire map by opening up the bottom lane and allowing for rotations. But once he's not given that opportunity, he's the one consistently getting pushed under the tower, then you don't really have that win con for BLG to bounce off anymore.
Yeah, does feel like the first few minutes are going to be everything, aren't they? Like, it feels like both teams, they need to draft for winning lanes. That's how we're going to win this series. I'm glad Top Esports, though, showing us that game number 1 isn't everything in a series and pushing us even. We're going to jump into a break, and then we're going to sink our teeth into the remaining best of 3 between the 2 teams.
双手成就你的梦
被撞了起来，这白头的话立刻一个破裂，踩2人，预言家先行倒地，而后续的话该身后来了，起势型回旋踢，换风动弹不得，直接倒地。
已经有晕了，霞那边大招几个直接先上，
夏天躲过了，再将 W 躲，往前方小文很立功，想去找高飞，第二时间招起来，双 C 都走了，下看下一波大门口太高了，以后反开，带着过来一步伤害拉满了，小林先被秒掉，而且大招进攻卷起4个人，今天的不知道从自己的大招以后闪现撞到了墙上，没有办法，这边团滔博已经溃败了，哇，这一波卡纳维的这个大闹天宫卷麻了。 镜头一切，又是贝尔维斯在对方野区撒野，敌的3个人，假的，直接变大小做又被留住，回到塔前还要 Q 上去，第一时间没有刷新头方向的 Q 选择放弃，儒勒来了 ，W 再中，再次变身，你在干什么？
去闪电 QAW 伤害差一点，但是这里有人，
哇，还敢跳过去，
有误认，哇，卷起来了。
哦哟，阿边在配合又是一个 Q 技能，把纳尔也收割。
之前开的不错，但是自己也有点站不住吧。阿卡丽被后排锁定住，有了4包1哦，好大！这个大树救下了阿卡丽的同时，德善在
宝蓝这个位置要被捆住了，交了个闪现下，而梦魇帮忙挡，梦魇说大哥我也没盾，我怎么给你挡啊？野辅瞬间被融化。
Jump 交了保护性大招，双挑撤退被闪现捆住了，这把大辅也倒了。
小虎2人的人都肯定晕，他只晕了1个，但是晕1个已经够了吗？把泰坦秒掉，小虎自己也倒，侧面李秋南的位置还不错，微微想捡，后仰这边交闪，被烂的跟闪拿到人头，德善闪现过去咬到的是优口，优口闪现出来，后面的路飞流出红白刀，但是没有第一时间往前走，微微偷出魅魂往前走，突破天灵拿到了一个长光的人头，再捡起来，李秋南这边手都 A 酸了，但是双拳难敌那边4个人啊，哇，而且是找大敌人蛮多。
润给了很多，来看一下这条大龙会使用团给拿到。那这样子的话，在龙坑里面的速度好快啊！狐狸只能 TP 来正面，而且正面又有风雨的大招可以进行阻隔。
小天能不能拼成？
但是拼成不了，大招被抢到了，小天被顶头，这样的话小天牺牲掉自己，是非常
一直来帮助。
泥王的装备很好啊，这过来偷一套
小心泥王，泥王刚才是很高的，泥王有闪的，但闪现死了，闪现交慢了呀，没错。
碰到了杰杰4级有buff。
被
小猪这边要赶紧走，如此这边赶过来拦也不可动。哎，在 Q 反向闪现，很帅的一个单杀。
I saw you sitting in the moonlight, dripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey. 'Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you, yeah. Tell me everything's gonna be alright. Tell me that you're never gonna need spotlight. Just say how you feeling, I don't wanna waste time. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, dripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey. 'Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you know better than anybody around me, yeah. You know I think we both need a break from this thing called love. All love ain't the thing to question, it's all love. I got plenty problems and no shoulder. Last night on the tour, ain't no tour, but I saw you sitting in the moonlight, dripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey. 'Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us.
Different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab mic and a chap on a ting, I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I'll split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it when they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay underground like cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter.
因为春季赛打得不好，然后我觉得就是春季赛后半段的话，就是状态回升，就是打季后赛的时候，我觉得状态还是有点回升。然后我去翻了一下，觉得，就是有时候可能改掉一些就是站得太靠前会直接死的那种局面的话，会整个队伍会更好打。然后就去仔细想了一下，然后后面就有所改善。从打职业打到现在，就是每年都其实都能拿我出来做对比，我觉得这已经是个不错的评价了。打上亚克的话，我觉得其实现在大家状态其实都还可以，然后希望就是拼全力去赢他们。我觉得目前 BLG 和金通强的地方在于，就是他们整体崩的时候也不会就是完全打不了，然后他们团战，他们这两支队伍团战是打得非常好，就是怎么说，就是可能前面有劣势，也是能在团战那边找到机会，然后去进行翻盘这种。他们的执行力非常好，然后觉得对上他们的话，首先我觉得要
就是打乱他们节奏，因为我觉得我们前面在一些乱战和对线上是有可能能给到对面一些压力，我觉得这方面要做好。我觉得现在队伍整体都已经走到这儿了，我觉得还是希望我们每个人把状态调整好，然后一直打到决赛。
Jackie Love himself saying that the reason JDG and BLG are so good is even when they've been destroyed in the early game, they can still win those fights later on. And honestly, I kind of get on board with that idea, right? When we saw some of those fights later on for BLG, they did manage to contest against Top. Wasn't enough in this one, though, when Top Esports managed to win the game. I'm joined by Kitty as we take a look at Rookie being the absolute MVP of game number 2. Fantastic Jace performance coming out from him.
Yeah, this is what happens when you give first pick Jace over to the blue side in the hands of Top Esports. 36% damage share on this 3-item Jace. I mean, what more could you really ask out of a Jace, right? You had a Sejuani to bounce off in these team fights as well. You had great setup for those shock blasters to be landing, and they really were just stopping Elk from playing the game pretty much. And they also prioritize getting those kills onto Yago, where without the flash available, this Annie, I mean, she just seemed very vulnerable to these side lanes, and Top Esports, they take advantage of this.
They certainly did. And this fight especially was where it felt like maybe they could come back in. We talked about the Renekton having so many plates, but Top Esports doing such a good job of zoning half the team away, finding smaller fights, and then being able to pick them apart. Fantastic game overall from Top Esports. And good to see that they can still find these snowballs, right? Even against a team like BLG, they can still find that win condition that they have been relying on across the course of the year.
Yeah, most definitely. And this is just Top Esports defaulting back to comfort, where you have long-range AD carries in the hands of Rookie and Jackie Love. They were playing with their space in those team fights for the Rift. You even saw where the fight, I believe, On was just instantly zoned out by Rookie on the Jace, putting On to 1 HP. BLG didn't really have another option because they're already half into the fight. Well, you already saw, I mean, Rookie and Jackie Love were pretty much untouched for that major team fight, and then it just snowballed out of control. But going into game 3 now, the scoreline is 1-1. It's piece to every team, but I feel like something that BLG could potentially consider if they're going back to the blue side is maybe get rid of Wayward's Cassante, because that is Wayward's most consistent champion he's really performed on so far in the summer split, and it also has relatively decent survivability when it comes to the laning phase and the team fights, and it also offers a lot in terms of CC. So this is just Cassante, you know, 4,700 HP, blah 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 blah. The list goes on. Something else to also critique BLG for is their composition looked a little bit confusing, because you have to consider the fact that Tristana Ivan got let through 2 games in a row now. BLG, they had the option to take this. They had the opportunity to consider exploring this, but they decided to default back to an AP mid laner for Yago in the mid lane, and that puts Shin in a bit of an awkward situation where he has to make up for the lack of AD, and he went on to the Lee Sin for the game too, where he didn't find that much success. And honestly, Lee Sin in general for this series just isn't doing that well.
No, the Lee Sin not working out for either team so far. We'll see what BLG are going to do in the draft. I feel like the Varus as well was a big problem. Like, the domination of the bottom lane feels like the start of both games, right? Like, both games, we've had one team managing to get a big advantage in the bottom lane and then snowball that like crazy. Like, BLG didn't even die early on in the bottom lane until we got junglers involved and fighting later on. But, like, the first few levels, they managed to hold on to summoners, they managed to not die, but they still fell like 20, 30, 40 CS down within the first 10 minutes. That's still a big enough advantage. It doesn't matter whether that came from a kill or whether that came from CS. That's still a huge advantage. So ultimately, it's about snowballing these AD carries, and things like the Varus, things like the Kai'Sa are phenomenal picks at taking over that bottom lane.
Yeah, and that goes back to, is Aphelios really the answer into champions like the Jace and the Varus, when you're not even going to go the Gale Force, so you can't really close down the gap in terms of how much range they have on you? And the reason why Aphelios slowly fell out of the meta is one, because of the nerfs to his laning phase and to multiple guns, but also because champions like the Varus, like the Ziggs, and Kai'Sa that outrange Philios in team fights also became super meta, where the Philios currently get too many autos off before you get poked from 2 screens away. So that is kind of what we experienced, and of course, Mark finding great hooks onto the enemy team, where Elk was forced out of lane like 3 times in the first 10 minutes, and that's definitely not what you want to be seeing for the side of BLG. But I'm not too sure on side selection, but maybe BLG go back to blue. What are they going to play?
You'd assume
because
so.
you can't bound everything. We already seen the Annie and the Nico getting picked up by Yagol, where he is just defaulting back to comfort, both AP junglers. But what else does Shun have up his pocket when it comes to what type of carry he wants to choose for this game 3?
Yeah, what can Shun play when you ban both Nidalee and Kindred in your second round of bans? We'll have to find out. One thing I'm curious about as well is after the EDG series, we saw on Twitter that Wayward actually went and played a tutorial game and played as Shen for that tutorial game. Shen could be a potential option. We're talking about how important.
Practice much?
It's not scrims. It's on his public account. But hey, it certainly leans into playing for the bottom side. Could be a potential pocket pick for top esports on this red side. LeBlanc, Varus, both very problematic. BLG banning them rather than first picking themselves.
You already see the Varus getting taken away for the bottom lane 2v2, but that once again is the Nico ban 2 times in a row for the side of top esports. They really don't want to give Yagol his 100% win rate champion for this 3rd game, huh? But that also leaves champions like the Rel and the Maokai up and available if they do want to grab either of them for the side of BLG. We also still have the Tristana that could potentially be considered, but that goes back to the question if BLG are even comfortable playing something like the Tristana with an AP jungler that could be the Ivan. But we already know that BLG, they heavily rely on Shun having anything that has a bit of engage or at least cut through decision making, where I don't feel like Ivan suits his playing identity.
No, it doesn't feel like a Shun champion on the surface, but then BLG have been full of surprises all year of changing the way that we look at this team. Instead, looking towards Sejuani as a first pick here. So you can anticipate AD, or at least melee, solo laners. Something like the Jax, Renekton could be very high priority in that top side. We may well have a trade of those 2 picks. Wayward did play the Jax in game number 1. A rookie looking towards that Azir. Again, this does feel like there's stock and standard for top esports at this point on the red side.
Top esports could consider Poppy if they want to look for the Azir in the mid lane. That is going to be the Tristana for the first time in tonight's series, and it is top esports bringing it out as BLG, they traded both the Maokai and Tristana over for Sejuani, but oh my god, that is Giga Bin on Giga Jax.
Instant lock-in for the Jax. The Azir going to go the way of Yagao this time. We'll see what rookie... Oh, sorry, what... I guess Wayward wants to lock in here. You'd assume that they're probably going to go for something like the Renekton here. You don't really want to allow for top laners to be banned away moving into the second phase. But then again, perhaps they've got priority that they want to go for elsewhere. No, it is going to be that K'Sante that we saw in the previous game. So, top half locked in for both teams, unless that Tristana could be a flex down to the bottom side as well.
We still have champions like the Xayah and the Aphelios available. I'm not too sure if Elk wants to default back to that one once again. Sivir and Ashe is also another 2 champions that we have been seeing a little bit in the current meta. You know what would be fun? What if Elk plays Kalista with Rel? We saw Kalista coming out of, I believe it was Weibo Gaming Light, and they went full early game, shutting down the opposing enemy AD carry from just level 3. And that could potentially be something that we're seeing, because I believe, like, back in patch 13.11, she did receive some slight damage buffs to her abilities, but we'll have to wait and see what they're cooking up in the kitchen, because that's also the Alistar getting taken away, signifying that top esports, they do want to lock in that Rel and take it away from On. But On, he's more than happy to play something like the Blitzcrank to really ruin top esports' life if they want to lock in a double AD carry composition.
There we go, Rel taken off of the board. Not too surprising on that one, really. Just such a strong champion right now, such a terrifying thing to have to play against, and will be removed. Xayah, though, has made it all the way through this draft. after the Nautilus is locked in. Rakan has been perma-banned so far. You would expect Elk to go for the Xayah. I feel like, honestly, BLG are basically locking in the top esports red side composition that we've got so used to seeing them play. I don't know whether they can win with it, whether they can show top esports how this composition is meant to be played.
And with the Braum saved as he gets the counter pick up against Mark locking in the Nautilus first, so Top Esports, they're saving this counter for the AD carry position. Whatever Jackie is cooking, unless that Tristana flexes towards the bottom side, it has to be huge because Xayah and Braum into a Nautilus is going to make the early game 2v2 unplayable for Mark, to say the least. Although Draven is going to be considered, but Top Esports, they're looking for kills early.
They certainly are. Let's see what they're going to go for. It would be the Jackie Classic, wouldn't it? It would be vintage Jackie if we got to see the Draven. No, it's Tristana bot. It's Rookie taking an Akali in the mid lane, wanting that matchup versus Yagao. This suddenly got real interesting with the Tristana going to the bottom lane.
Top Esports, like you said, the Akali.
There's an Akali in the crowd.
There's an Akali in the crowd. Rookie is manifesting Akali for today. An absolute horrible matchup for Yago to go up against in those team fights. But once again, you have to consider the fact that this is an Akali into Braum, Sejuani, and Xayah. So Rookie quite literally has to play this Akali perfectly in the team fights, or Top Esports. They kind of have a team composition that all goes in, but without any disengage, they only have one chance. While BLG, they default to scaling. They have the Xayah, they have the Azir this time around. All they have to do is respond to the play and slowly scale towards that 3-item spike to really have that final punch.
Yeah, it feels a little bit like the longer these fights go on, the better it is for BLG. It's a matter of the early game, though, because what we've seen from both teams so far in the series is that if they win the first few minutes of the game, if they start to build a lead for themselves, that's where they start to take over. But then Jackie saying in the interview before this game that ultimately, the reason BLG and JDG are so good in the LPL right now is you can never quite count them out. So a scaling composition for BLG, that sounds like a scary thing to play against unless Top Esports can show us again what they did in game number 2 and snowball like crazy.
We've been highlighting time and time again that Top Esports BLG, they heavily rely on mid lane parity and whoever gets first move. You know Akali, she's going to be extremely weak until she does hit that level 6 spike when she can start threatening the back line. While Yaga on this Azir will find natural push into Rookie, and that allows Shun to do whatever he wants for the first 8 minutes or so. And we keep seeing these games in the series explode by the 8-minute mark for specifically the Rift Herald. So BLG, I mean, even with Bin on the Jax, his Jax up against Wayward. Wayward did have a really good K'Sante game, but this Jax, if he gets ahead early alongside the Sejuani, that side lane is going to be destroyed.
It certainly is. Gigabin on the Jax is always something to be feared. Let's see how the early laning is going to go down. Top Esports and BLG both looking ridiculously strong in their individual wins. As BLG back on the blue side, which has won both games so far in the series. But BLG with a very different look to what we've been seeing so far in the series. Let's see if scaling can pay off for them. A little. Someone tried to start off a bonus gyro at the end there, and the rest of the crowd's like, not having any of it. Not having any of it. Here we go. Game number 3. BLG deciding to change things up. Going for a much more meta composition than what we saw in game number 1. Back on this blue side, though, feeling very defensive. I think that's the most green runes I've ever seen in a game of League.
You know why? It's because Demolish is absolutely broken. You see in both the top laners where K'Sante, the reason why he was dominating the top lane meta for quite a while was because no matchup would ever punish him in terms of the 1v1, and K'Sante would just find natural push and consistently collect tower plates in the early game. However, up against the Jax, I do feel like they will be receiving somewhat of a jungle attention in the early game, especially Shun locking in the Sejuani, as BLG, their bottom lane is extremely extremely safe. They have a Zai, they have a Braum. Unless they make a mistake and they overpush, burning the flash, they should be fine. While BLG, they're gonna put their resources towards that top side.
Aren't gonna get stunned up, so fairly even trade onto the supports, although On a lot less tanky than Mark currently. Once that Unbreakable comes online, that story changes. As the health can be deceptive there. Ignite comes out on the bottom side, but On will be okay. In the meantime, Elk is just ignoring them, trying to clear these minions as fast as he can, but he's against Tristana, who's so good at pushing the wave.
Really good trade. Top Esports, they're gonna turn too soon.
Ooh. Great hook coming out from Mark here. Elk's in all kinds of trouble. Surely will be forced to flash. He's holding on to it until they go underneath the tower. JackeyLove level 2. I don't think he's got the jump though. Still has flash. Elk might just have to reset here, honestly.
Yeah, that was so unfortunate for the bottom lane on Top Esports. I believe they were 1 minion off level 2. Mark went for it, but the minion didn't die fast enough, so they were just 2v2ing both players being level 1. But like you said, Elk is extremely low once again and put in a very similar position like that game 2. But I think it should be fine because he is going to find a slow freeze on this bottom lane where maybe Shun can look for an angle onto Marky.
Luckily, he's low at a low level, so when you level up, you gain a bunch of extra HP, can help you kind of stay in lane a little bit longer. It's better to lose health at level 1 than it is to lose health at level 2, is what I'm saying. So, be able to stay in the lane at least for now as resets coming out from JackeyLove and Mark. Bin starting as he means to go on in the top side, already with a CS lead. TN is up on that top side though, so Bin does have to be a little cautious with how aggressively he plays. And Elkanon will be able to crash this wave and get a reset off of their own.
Top Esports also spots Shun from that ward place in the river, so it is going to be a trade in scuttles. But something very interesting about Top Esports is in their series up against EDG, and specifically for Wayward vs Arla, Jax was permabanned for every single game. They decided to give Bin a Jax and let Wayward play the K'Sante vs Jax matchup, where I feel like Jax is favored. He is going to find natural push, and he also has lane priority in most of these situations. And also wins the late game, so I mean Wayward, he really needs to make up for those team fights or at least find a slight even advantage with Tien moving up towards his lane.
Yeah, it goes beyond just the matchup as well. It feels like Wayward needs to continue to show he deserves this position on the team, you know, that like he has had a bit of a rough split. He's had much better games this split than he did in spring, but does need to show that he can go toe-to-toe with Bin. Bin, a player that has decimated many a top laner over the year. Now in the 1v1 with Wayward, managed to get those side steps out, doing a good job of holding this wave here. Shun hovering in the wings as well. And Bin should end up with a CS lead after clearing. That's got to be 10 minions on the screen right there.
I can't count, but that does look like around 10 minions. However, considering the fact that Wayward, you know, getting the starting position over Team 10 for the summer split, the comparison between the two players has been ongoing ever since the start of the year, because you saw Top Esports, they started the year with Team Tian in that top lane and slowly subbing him out for Wayward, but I'd hope to hold that.
On flashes away as Tian moves into this lane. JackeyLove actually kind of losing out on the trade there, honestly. As Elk is able to just free fire, but it's a summoner burnt on the side of BLG, which Top Esports will be very happy with. Whether or not Tian can return to that bottom lane and capitalize on the lack of Braum flash will be the question.
And that's double flashes burnt. Like you said, no summoners available for the side of BLG's bottom lane unless Elk utilizes that cleanse perfectly. But this time around, you see Shun already kind of protecting this bottom lane just in case JackeyLove goes for another gank. But my eyes are still onto this top lane because we do have Bin level 6 and he is finding some decent trade with the Rift Hold also spawning in 2. I'm assuming BLG, they will give this Dragon over towards Top Esports and really contest for this Rift Hold, which they have a Braum. Braum up against the entirety of Top Esports roster is great, and they want to place this for Bin to really open up the map for this Jax.
Certainly is. And I feel like On has been playing so well too that it almost feels like a shame to put him on Braum. Like, Braum duty is not many supports' favourite place to be, and how much of a playmaker On has been over the course of the year as well. But certainly very capable hands when it's such a crucial pick for your composition, for protecting both Yagao and Elk. letting Bin cause a ruckus from that Jax. Control ward defended though. As Tien moves back in, Shun wants to find a fight for himself. Jumps over the wall. Tien, the target here, is on. Jumps on forward. Double Freljord means double stuns onto Tien. He's going to try and get over that wall. Yagao shows up, and that forces the flash.
That's the problem. You already have Yago having that first move as the Azir BLG. They're currently packed as 4.
Rookie is level 6 right here. This could be dangerous. He dives into the backside already. The stun's starting to stack, but he's invisible for now. Is Elk in trouble? The feathers fly in! And it's 1-for-1 to start us off. Yagao trying to chase for a little bit more, but it will just be carry for support.
And that is just the glimpse of the Akali into the entirety of BLG's composition so far. The Braum passive, the feathers, everything is going to be up against Rookie when it does come to these assassinations onto the backline. But like you said, it is going to be a kill into Rookie's pockets, as it is a 1-for-1 trade. But Elk also revives from how the start of this lane happened. Mark finds a perfect hook onto the mid laner of BLG, onto the Azir, and everything goes wide for Miyagal in this team fight. Rookie utilizes the his, I believe, Cloud, and then goes onto Elk. I believe it was actually onto On, and then finds that kill. But still, these fights are going to be incredibly hard unless Rookie has a flank.
Yeah, Rookie, I mean, that was before Featherstorm's even online, and On's ultimate as well. Like, can be incredibly tough for him to dive into this team. Braum is going to do a lot to buy space for the carries. Top Esports just get themselves an early Drake here as Shun trades it in the top side for a Herald. Has that Jax up there, so we'll have the advantage to be able to control the top side objective. And Tien happy to just trade these ones for now. It's an Ocean Drake to start us off here, but I'm looking towards Yagao because he's the one that ends up with a kill at the end of that play, which, you know, Azir getting gold early, very, very good for BLG, but mechanically, oh, that was a little dicey. Tien didn't actually have smite there. Elk almost gets him with the feathers. Mark is going to wait in the brush, but Yagao is here. I don't know if this is a fight Top Esports can win. Root won't connect from Elk. A couple of mechanical missteps. Oh, what a play from Yagao, answering for his previous mistake as On slides in and steals the kill.
That was pixel perfect from the Azir. Now you see Shun trading the map, getting the Rift Herald, and now pressuring this top lane tower and getting so much gold into Bin's pockets. Is K'Sante dead here?
I think he might just be. Shun happy to tank for as long as needed. Bin finishes the job, doesn't even have to flash. And there's a Herald in Shun's pocket. They could just finish this tower off if they want to. BLG decide they don't even need to drop the Herald because Bin is already dominating.
That is absolutely insane. Top Esports, they're the ones looking for the play towards the bottom side, but BLG, they come out on top in the top 2v1. They come out on top in the bottom side as well. They're winning across the entire map in this early game, and that's not what you want to be giving over, especially locking in the Tristan and Akali, where you need to be the ones fighting these early leads.
You certainly do. Top Esports, now having this more aggressive composition on that red side, but falling behind, and it feels like the blue side just consistently getting advantages. Not just today, even, like across playoffs. I don't know what the actual stats are, but it feels very blue side favors across playoffs so far here in the LPL. It's a great little start for BLG. Let's take another look at how confidently they play this. Look at this combo from Yagao on Jackie.
Yeah, Yago realistically was just trying to counter the dive that Top Esports could have looked for, but the pixel-perfect Shurima shuffle to come out of the mid lane of BLG catches Jackie Love out of position. Rookie didn't have first move. Sonra picked up for Bin after getting 2 plates into his pockets. No flash available for Wayward, so he is going to become an ATM for Bin to really start chowing down on, and that's the Rift Herald getting dropped.
I mean, this is just brutal, isn't it? The Rift Herald's not even been dropped yet. They will commit it. I was going to say, I feel like Bin could actually just finish this tower by himself anyway, but Herald will come down to make sure that the tower is finished off. Those plates are guaranteed on. That's not the place to face check right now. You're making a play on the top side of the map. On will go down. Elk, big damage onto Jacula, but he can't actually finish the job. I feel like that was a little bit greedy from On.
I think it's safe to say that for some reason, our bottom laners in the LPL are sometimes mind controlled. You see your own jungler hard camping this top lane, but for some reason in some world you still try to look for that vision in the tri-bush, and they just get picked off. That shouldn't be a circumstance for top esports to come back into the game.
Tell me if I'm just crazy here. I'm like theory crafting on why On's done that, because On has been playing so well recently. I think maybe he's trying to fish to find TN to make sure that Bin can push for that extra charge on the Herald, to make sure Bin knows he has space in the top side to continue making plays, perhaps.
And your DC Shun just wrapping around the tri-bush, but I needed to see another replay of the bottom side if we do get one. I guess Brom's death isn't that significant to the game, but I just feel like the Brom should never be making those type of mistakes, because if Tian isn't in top lane to counter dive, then where else could he be?
Yeah, it did feel a bit of an odd play from On, especially from a play that has been, like you say, so good across the course of this year. The difference between On in 2022 2023 is night and day. He's had such a level up. But, I mean, when you look at the scoreboard right now, it's a little bit scary for top esports, isn't it? As they try and make a play on the bottom side. Unhooked in here, Unbreakable. Can it save him? In fact, I think it's on cooldown. This is going to be a kill gifted over to Jackulov as Rookie tries to Protobelt to grab the kill himself. He sacrificed a wave in mid to be there. Won't be able to find anything, but still another kill onto On. And you know, just as I'm complimenting the man, he's 1-3-1.
He is indeed, but I feel like when you are in those type of situations, maybe that hook, bit of a lollipop, honestly. I wasn't kind of expecting the Brom to get hooked in that position, as On also had the flash available, so maybe he was even caught off by surprise. But that's going to be Dragon Party being thrown over to the side of top esports as they try to secure their second dragon to continue the dragon stacking. But once again, going back to the BLG composition, if Bin on this Jax gets ahead, although he might not be able to find kills onto Wayward later on into the game because it's a Cassante, Bin will have consistent prio in the side lane, and he can look for flanks onto people like Jackulov and Rookie, which will make these teamfights so much harder.
I mean, the fact that he's already got a tier 2, we're only 13 minutes into the game when that went down. Like, he is so far ahead of anyone else in the game. Bin is a monster on the server right now, and it's on his signature, it's on Jax. This is the pick that he made a name for himself on. You have to fear him if you're a fan of top esports right now, because he will not mess about on this pick. We'll see what he can get done. As On has to face check once again. Unbreakable will keep him alive as a knock-up. And now TPs across the board. Elk blocks as Bin joins the fray. Looking for Mark. Shun starting in the meantime. Yagao knocks Tien away and takes him out. Rookie behind enemy lines here. Featherstorm is on cooldown, so they've got to be cautious of Elk. Diving in. Shuriken lands. Stun onto Wayward though, who's forced out. Rookie can't get back into the play. He gets one onto On, but it's just not enough. And this will be a Drake for BLG.
And BLG, they still win the bottom side skirmish because Bin on this Jax is just the difference maker. With the amount of gold he has, is Mark dead?
It's a bonus for Yagao, but Jackulov can chase him on through and go even on it. Yagao very aggressive there. And that's a shutdown given over to Jackulov as well.
Look, although we were saying that On was 1-3-1 on this Brom, the Brom value in this game is absolutely nuts. He blocks out on a majority of Jackulov's damage at this initial hook from Mark. He blocks out pretty much every single ultimate from the side of top esports, including Tien's Nature Grasp, and you see Tien and Rookie then turning their attention towards Yagao, but being an Azir, you can just push the front line away from top esports, and this Akali being in the middle of everyone, the Brom once again finds another Q, I believe, onto Rookie, slowing him down as well, and that's not even mentioning Bin being an absolute titan and him just zoning out 3-4 members by himself.
Yeah. I have to say, Elk, very confident positioning there with an Akali just over the Dragon Pit wall. Like, if that's Gala, he's gone. He's back at bot tier 1 tower, like, the second he sees an Akali. Oh, yeah. BLG still ahead, 4,000 gold, and top esports, they don't want to let this Herald go without a fight because Bin is in the bottom side of the map right now. That's where all the gold is. On the front line, Unbreakable to protect him and his team. Herald taken and Tien down. BLG, even without Bin, are winning the fights.
The mojo is slowly growing for the side of BLG. That's going to be dropped in mid lane, and the entire top side is going to be split open. Mark even has to hook away. I mean, this Braum is by himself, but top esports, they can't really do anything because Wayward, he's not going to fight too much on this Cassante splitting bot, where they lose 2 towers in the mid lane.
This is going to be a tier 2 taken. The tier 2 was already taken at the top side as well. These are some incredibly valuable heralds coming out from BLG this game. With the fact that they could contest the second Drake as well. Everything going their way. And like you say, the story of Mojo here. Knight left top esports this year. Well, I guess last year. And the question is, did he take the Mojo with him over to JDG? Top esports, you've got to prove me wrong.
And the headache for the side of top esports now is that they invested so much into the Tristana WinCon, consistently having Tien hover towards his bottom side, where they ideally would have wanted a dragon stacking going on because every Rift Herald has gone into the hands of Xun. But with BLG winning that most recent dragon fight, they secure themselves the second dragon. And top esports, they lose so much from giving over the Rift Herald as well. So they're just kind of losing in terms of the macro game right now.
Yeah. So now we need to see some creativity from top esports. Jackie Love saying, you know, BLG and JDG, even when they're behind, they're never quite caught out. That's what top esports always used to be known for back in the day. That was their, you know, you could never count this team out. That's what the mojo was all about, right? This is the game where they can show us that, where Rookie on an Akali can show us he can flex his muscles. Jackie Love, you know, flexing this Tristana down to the bottom side. Let's see what they can do to find a way back into this game, because if it just goes all scaling, like Azir, Xayah, Jax, let's be honest, BLG are winning that one. We need to see top esports find some crazy way to approach this game, because I feel like on paper, this is all BLG.
Yeah, with also the Baron spawning in 1 minute, Bin is going to be a consistent threat in the side lane where he can start looking, or at least considering the inhibitors of top esports, while BLG, they have extremely fast Baron taking ability with the Xayah and Azir, and the Azir slowly picking up his second item. I mean, this is just a bit of a ticking time bomb for the side of top esports to deal with, because they're not going to get any stronger.
We'll see if they can, as we get a replay of, oh, good W there from Jackie Love.
That as well.
Yeah, I think had to, because he would have still been stunned where he landed, and maybe Xun could flash on him or something, I'm not sure. But either way, Clean's on cooldown. His flash currently on cooldown as well, as he's finished his Navori. Both AD carries in a very similar spot, somehow, gold-wise. And that early lead for the bottom side, not really going to lead into anything here in the mid game because of how these fights have been going. And I feel like BLG are doing to top esports what top esports should have been doing to BLG when they locked in the Azir on the red side.
20-3 incident. Oh, let's not talk about that. It's a bit of a disaster, to say the least. But, you know, this time around, BLG, they're executing correctly.
Yeah, what I'm trying to say is, like, we've seen this almost exact composition from top esports multiple times in playoffs now, and multiple times they've been really aggressive early. And I was going to say BLG are being patient. Actually, BLG have been really aggressive early. It's just worked out, so I take my point back.
Problem is top esports, they're just going to give over this dragon once again for free, but really struggle to find anything on the other side of the map. The Xayah and the Azir siege ability, top esports are never going to be able to really take down this tier 1 tower in the mid lane unless they find a huge ace. But once again, all eyes on Bin and how he's going to be able to impact the side lanes, because you already see top esports, they want to look for a flank onto this Akali and getting their hands there.
Hook onto On, but he's unbreakable for the time being. Jackie Love in trouble at the backside of things. Tien goes in. Wayward pulls Elk over the wall. Can they finish the AD carry? The feathers come back in, and Wayward's down. Elk survives. In the meantime, though, Rookie tearing them apart. Xun goes down, and it's 2 for Rookie. Has been in a 1v4 on the backside, and he doesn't have any mana. Yagao trying to protect his top laner. Rookie walks away with his life, but Yagao can't finish him off. The Conqueror comes through. Triumph, sorry, but Rookie lives on.
That's huge for the side of top esports. They finally found the opportunity to open up the map. That's tier 1 tower for this mid lane, and also Rookie comes back into this game on Akali. You see the solo laners of Top Esports putting in so much work on just zoning out the carries of BLG, and this was an extremely split fight from start to finish from the BLG roster, as the Sejuani also goes wide, so that is one of BLG's main engages gone. You also have Bin utilizing his TP to join in on the fight, and this Jax was zoning 1v3, but Wayward getting Elk to such low HP, and then Yago also not having the correct position to really start DPSing. I mean, this Akali was just pretty much having the time of her life. Well, very unfortunate as well that Bin was also However, Yago, I mean, he evens out the trade with just going in here.
So confident, but the Q was like a pixel short of hitting Rookie there. Smiles across the faces of the fans. Some people smiling, some people with their heads in their hands after that fight. Rookie shows us why his Akali has to be feared. BLG still with the lead in this one, but I think a crucial fight to show us how Top Esports can actually win this game, right? Because we saw when they're fighting in a choke point, when they're fighting into the funnel of BLG, they can't win out the straight 5v5. But when BLG gets separated like that and can't just cluster up, that's where Top Esports can find their advantages.
Yeah, and all started with Rookie finding a flank on this Akali, going for a wide one, in fact. But that's also TP away from Bin, so that is also going to be 5 minutes of free time that this Jax won't really have that side lane threat. Onsport out.
Certainly is. Unbreakable keeps him alive for a moment here. Walks over to the rest of his team, and the Cloud Rift gets him out. Now the re-engage from Bin. Counter-strike onto multiple players, and he's got a stopwatch as well. Feathers are out.
Oh,
back in again. Elk takes one as Wayward in a 1v4 on the backside. Yagao finds more. And BLG, they are having none of this. They put Top Esports in their place.
The perfect front to back for BLG to play off as Elk on the Zion lands a massive Feather Storm, and that's going to be Baron also them resetting and start considering for setup around this third Dragon Soul point. But Top Esports, they finally found a way back in the game, but they threw it away because they were too impatient with how the team fight was played out.
Yagao with a phenomenal Emperor's Divide towards the end of that fight as well. It would have just been a couple of picks, turning it into a full-on teamfight win. The engage on the Braum never feels like the best idea.
And Xun also tanks the Nature's Grasp to save on from that exchange. Bin finds a double stun onto the front line of Top Esports, but just look at Elk. He goes untouched this entire team fight because it's such a tiny choke that every single feather connected onto the front line of Top Esports. And this is what makes BLG's composition so deadly. The front-to-back potential where even Yago lands an amazing Shurima Shuffle to cut off the remaining members of Top Esports. But this game just exploded out of control, and I think Bin with a Baron buff, that is going to be scary.
Look at the damage from Elk. 5,000 on the Xayah. Left alone, finally wasn't threatened by Rookie after the all-in coming towards on. Now an attempt onto Yagao. Shun is here, Bin is here too. Empress Divide to keep Yagao safe, but he's all out of time. A good pick from Top Esports, but can they finish the fight off? Everyone diving onto Elk, but the Feather Storm keeps him alive. Rookie on the back line, and he's found Elk. He's taken him out of the picture. Bin moves back over, but Rookie dodges him. A hook onto Tien, but Bin with a double kill underneath the tower as he goes forward again. And Jackie Love's down. Bin is a monster, and he don't believe in recycling. Tien punts him away though, and answers, but Bin somehow heals up. Rookie alone versus the world. It feels like the story of TES and playoffs. Now with another one, looking for more. Reset out from Bin, and Shun will escape.
God, that was the most insane Akali versus Jax situation I've ever seen. TP from Bin, they're gonna secure themselves this third soul point. But Elk and Yago were just instantly out of the situation. Is Rookie looking for a TP? He doesn't have the TP available, so he is just waiting for Bin to really show up on the map before he goes up for that wave. He's just way too scared of knowing BLG been TPing back into the bottom side, but still, Tien on the Maokai, he played it as perfectly as he could have when denying Bin from that final kill onto him, but there just wasn't any damage left as Jackie Love just got instantly shut down by this Jax as well. But Yago gets caught off from initial engage from the side of Top Esports, and even with the Emperor's Divide, it doesn't matter too much because because they had an insane flank angle from Rookie and Wayward onto the backline. Elk was just consistently getting hooked by Mark as well. And then you have Rookie just using his ultimate and shutting down the AD carry. But Bin on this Jax, I believe Tien denied him 2 opportunities, but still, this Jax is way too much of a problem where Jackie didn't find that early lead that he needed.
Bin played so fantastically. I will say Tien doing a really good job of
Yeah,
denying
this one
Bin.
as well.
Multiple cues forward and multiple punts backwards. I'm not even sure what that heal was from Bin, as he manages to survive there, get the kill onto Tien. Tien thought he had it. Rookie getting a bonus one at the end. And BLG now sieging in the mid lane. They've got a Sun Disc to retreat to, but that's Featherstorm already out from Elk. He's going to be pushed into the team, but flashes back over the Emperor's Divide. Rookie should be stunned any second. Bin has found him, and with Rookie down, I don't know what Top Esports can do to hold on.
And also a mid-wave slowly working towards this mid-lane inhibitor as well. I mean, that's your assassin dead. Jackie Love, he is a Tristana, potentially can look to protect the Nexus towers, but no major ultimates available. They're going to look for a double inhibitor.
Full 30 seconds remaining. Big damage out from Jackie Love here, but answers it from Yagao as well. Health bars are pretty low from BLG. They've got to be a bit cautious on this one. Will be backing away on jumping over to his teammate Q3. Oh, wait, we're just a split second too late. And it will be BLG taking a mid inhib and backing off, but they don't get 2, and that's crucial.
Yeah, a single mistake out of Rookie just means this Akali is completely useless in the team fight. He got connected by on this Braum, and the passive landed like you saw. And then Bin proc the stun onto the Akali, and that is Flash also gone for Rookie for this next up-and-coming team fight, which will be centered around the Baron. But with mid lane consistently pushed in, Jackie Love needs to be in mid lane. Rookie doesn't have that much wave clear compared to the rest of BLG, and it's going to be really hard trying to find a similar flank angle that Top Esports desperately needed to work off.
On just going to be clearing away vision here. It's like you say, Rookie, he can't afford to get caught. It's 2 minutes until Drake comes up, and that'll be solved for BLG despite Top Esports getting the first one of the game. BLG have been in control ever since, and now, in case Bin wasn't scary enough, he's got a GA online as well. He's an absolute monster that I'm not sure if there's any way to deal with him at this point. He can keep on putting pressure on the bottom side. His TP is about to come back off a cooldown. Baron up in 30 seconds. BLG have control of the top side of the map for now, but their vision isn't too deep. They've got one control ward a bit further back, but they need to deny more vision from Top Esports.
Yeah, Elk sitting on 3 items, also Yago working towards his Rabadons. They can rush this Baron instantly the second it spawns, especially with Bin being in the bottom. Is Top Esports going to look for a pick here?
Okay, On drops the ward in first, moves in with his team. I love that though. Top Esports going for the classic Fnatic death brush from many, many eons ago. They're like, look, we're 10k going down. Let's see if someone will overstep. And On has overstepped a couple of times trying to get vision in this game, so I can certainly see where they're coming from. But it's not going to work out for them here. This is BLG we're talking about. They've got themselves in a good spot as Mark found with an ultimate. Jackie Love forced away as well. Bin gets a stun onto Tien, forces the flash out from him. Rookie is here as the TP comes out from Wayward, but look at his health bar vanish! It's a magic trick from BLG. Rookie dives on in, but it's 2 for Elk already. Featherstorm on cooldown, but I don't think Rookie can finish the job here. Bin once more as he flashes onto Jackie Love. A triple for Elk as the solo laners reign supreme for BLG. A double for Yagao. We're all just sheep, and he's the goat. 24-11 as BLG find a second game in the series and push themselves to match point.
What an amazing Game 3 coming out of the BLG roster. I mean, the team fighting was just beautiful from start to finish, and they did what Top Esports couldn't and executed on this composition beautifully, where Yago on this Azir and, of course, Elk playing the Xayah. I mean, front to back was the bread and butter of this BLG game, and they executed it, especially with, let's just also give a slight shout out to Giga Bin in the top lane on this Jax. Guys, we might need to consider to get rid of this champion if you want Wayward to at least survive in the laning phase.
Yeah, you can't give Bin Jax. It's just that simple. You can't allow it to happen. He's too good. I will say as well, you got to feel for Rookie on an Akali against a Braum and a Sejuani. You said it right at the start of the game. Like, how do you do anything in these fights? Unless the rest of the team is also jumping in, which they couldn't really necessarily do in a lot of these fights. Like, you could see 3 stacks of the Sejuani passive, 3 stacks of the Braum passive, both on him. The second he moves out of his shroud, he's instantly stunned and taken down. It felt like too many things needed to go perfectly for Top Esports to win out with this composition against what was a fantastic performance from BLG on a composition that Top Esports keeps on drafting. I feel like BLG have like handed them the script on how to play out this composition.
I'm gonna just say it now. Akali's a fraud champion, guys. Stop picking Akali into Azir. It's just never gonna work. It loses lane from level 1 all the way to level 6, and you never really find that lane party that you ever so desperately need for Top Esports specifically. And also you have to consider the fact that even top lane, Wayward being the Cassante into a champion like the Jax, both solo laners had no priority whatsoever for TN2 playoffs. So they were tunnel vision on getting Jackie ahead on this Tristana, but you're also playing a Tristana into Braum and Xayah. And unless Braum and Xayah are literally playing the worst game of their life, they should be fine. And that's kind of what happened.
Yeah, it felt that way, and On happy to jump on forwards, take so much. Like, so many times we saw On being the target for Mark's hook because he's literally blocking for the rest of the team. But then the Unbreakable comes out, and everything that the side of Top Esports throws at him is pretty much just mitigated. Jackulov, the only one that could do consistent damage across the course of these fights. Elk actually being ever so slightly outdone by his counterpart there, but the thing is, a lot of that damage just didn't matter from Jackulov. So many fights we saw BLG walking away with blinking health bars, but still surviving.
And the problem is that it's not that Jackulov wasn't able to play the game. It was because Bin was just way too fed. You have huge items coming in with the Lord Dominic's getting picked up as that third item, but you only have one cannon bolt to shoot the Jax away from Eing onto your face. But unfortunately, you have to also consider the fact that this leap is on a 3-4 second cooldown, so you are going to be under constant threat from Bin. And we even saw in the damage share, he did 26% damage coming to this game, just around the same as Yago as well, where they were just outdoing their counterparts in terms of the solo laners. And AD carries, I mean, just given the matchup, Jackulov wasn't really able to do much with what he was given.
Yeah, it felt like Jackulov had so much threat on him from Bin during all of these fights, like consistently searching for that AD carry. And it was kind of a similar story for Elk, where he had, Rookie looking for him, he had Wayward looking for him, but the difference was Elk sat there with a Sejuani and a Braum next to him. Like, he's kind of okay. And an Azir on top of that as well. Like, he's kind of okay with people searching for him, whereas Jackulov kind of had to self-peel to some extent. So, bit of a tough one there for Jackulov and BLG. Making it to match point. They're probably going to swap sides. Let's see if they can book the blue side trend and finish this in style, or if Top Esports will push us to silver scrapes.
타기하는 과정에서 떨어지면 절대 안 되고요. 호비 날래게 되면 날래게 해야 돼요. 먼저 앞면 뛰었고 와 해당 없어요. 그리고 저 오른쪽 대박. 이거 되게 대박. 끝났는데 있진 않다. 끝났어요 벌써.
はちゃめちゃ、そしてヒロイックチャージから距離詰めてスティール成功はちゃめちゃです。ただ気圧が入っていってカウンターストライク4人で決まったぞ。そのままコーポラルを持っていく。さあピッツァのロックアップも続けて決まる。ソーラーストップウォッチを使うんですが、なだれ込んでいくのは SHG。
Everybody's gonna see us like the way.
Aki is cooking, he's gonna flash over.
Oh, I mean, this might be a solo kill first. It's a stun! Oh, now Arla has level 6. Wait.
Oh my God!
Wait! Arla, you beauty!
Và những tóc biến lên của người dùng của một lại phút 1 sử dụng kỹ năng attack đi. Hack chiến thuật đó là xuyên tập kích cho nên không thành công lắm. Con gấu đang tắp lên. Ôi! một bên cũng có phụ nữ đồng đội rất yêu kéo rất là hay, đẩy một thành viên về Kenty đang sẵn sàng để giết điểm được nhưng không thành công khi giao về W cũng muốn đi vượt đang bắn đang liên tục ra Slayer cùng các bạn đang sẽ thuộc 19 kỹ năng trội đang bắn liên tục được Wooding Slayer đang siêu cover ra có được Beta kill siêu cho Slayer.
想直接举，但追梦来这边有4个人啊，交闪现离开，但火焰已经没有了。另外一边是 Bruce 想来单挑，但看起来一个 Gemini 有点难敌到对方决定的4名成员，看着自己坚定不移想主打一个羽毛倒钩闪现，只有2个人，要3个，再配上牛以及拉莫的伤害，这时候永少小弟在回身。CF 的阵型已经全部乱成，再一个羽毛倒钩已经让 Bruce 打下一个 double kill， 往前还要再领会这个空杀防壁 ，CF 的所有成员都要被决定给扫坑干净。
Shield either, they can step up here for a lot of damage. G2, Blade comes in with a cannon. Oh my god! And starting now, Hansama just begins to open up and make first of all. Hansama trying to get forward as well, but he just continues to rain hell down on Excel. Elder now the top. They're so low. The dragon resets. Hansama gets go limit forward, and now he steps forward, and Hansama just barks all over them. And Hansama is looking to make it 4 and looking to send Excel into the lower bracket.
Hansama is single-handedly taking G2 to the final.
Give me good vibrations. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks, getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do.
这个下一赛也是榜1收尾的嘛，然后相比于春季赛，然后我们下一赛就是磨合的更好嘛，也是因为我们打了很多比赛，然后大家都互相更加磨合的更好，所以说能拿到这个成绩。季后赛 BO5 的话是看队伍当时的状态啊，我觉得我们队伍的话，不管是 BO3 还是 BO5 都能
适应好吧。就想对季后赛的队伍说，就不管是谁，我们都会赢下来。就自从我18年登上 LPL 后，我的目标就一直没变过吧，就希望能拿到世界冠军。
Welcome back, everybody, as we head towards game number 4 between Top Esports and BLG. I'm joined by Kitty, and my goodness, what a series this has been. We have been blessed, Kitty, with some insane team fights throughout this series, and like Rookie tried his hardest on the Akali, but I don't know what you can do in those compositions. It was all about Bin in the end.
Yep, I mean, if you give Giga Bin his Jax, he is going to win the side lane, the laning phase, the team fights, and the game where it pushes Top Esports to match point. He didn't
From New
die.
York, Top Esports.
Top Esports coming in hot. Anyways, he didn't die a single time on this Jax. Just having that first initial gank from Xun going so well, getting that flash, getting that all out, burnt from Wayward, and just snowballing out of control. I mean, we said at the start of the game that if this Jax finds a lead in the early game, I have no idea how Top Esports deal with him. And they didn't. They kind of just let Bin jump onto JackeyLove's face 24/7 because they really didn't have anyone that could protect JackeyLove in those major team fights. And that just goes back to draft, because I think it's also fair to critique that this Akali pick didn't really work. I feel like, yes, I see the angle where you are putting some pressure, somewhat of a pressure towards the backline in terms of Elk and Yagal, but you also have to look at the bigger picture. And without Merc Tread on the Akali, it was near impossible unless you found that one perfect angle for Rookie to go off.
Yeah, I feel like it was Jackie wishing that they were Jackie just friends here rather than JackeyLove and Bin getting a little bit too close for his liking. Absolute decimation. The Zhonya's coming on through as well as his third item was absolutely fantastic. It bought so much time in these fights to be able to just dab on the haters like that. He certainly wins his style, doesn't he?
Well.
Yeah, it's not too shabby. I feel like Bin is one of the most fun players to watch in the whole league.
Yeah, because he's not afraid of going in. He's not afraid of calling your bluff. If you're overextended, he is willing to challenge you to the death. And a champion like Jax, I mean, if you give him some tower plates into his pockets, I mean, that's the Sunder online. That's Wayward never being able to kind of match the presence of Bin in the side lane. But once again, we're on match point. We're in game 4 for the side of Top Esports. And Top Esports, they're on blue. And the only game that they won was on blue side. And it was through champions like the Maokai and the Jace getting locked in for that. I believe it was a Sejuani and the Jace, but also another very key component was the Varus going into the hands of JackeyLove. So I feel like maybe they lean with something very similar. However, I doubt Varus will be left up and open. So maybe they consider JackeyLove being put on a champion like the Ziggs that has a very similar type of playstyle and similar execution, but you can even accelerate the tempo even more with your Satchel.
Yeah, we'll have to see what they're going to end up going towards. I'm a little bit nervous for Top Esports in this draft, though, honestly, because BLG have shown us that they can play these aggressive early game compositions. They've shown us they can also play these more scaling compositions. And to be honest, it still felt like an early game composition with the way that BLG played it, like being able to answer every single play that Top Esports brought towards them. I have to wonder what Top Esports can bring out to find a win again. What BLG are going to draft here on the red side, whether the blue side is enough for Top Esports to get another game in the series, we'll have to wait and see. Because remember, Top Esports, they're up against Yagao here. They still want to beat that old JDG mid laner. This is still a rival of theirs that they want to go up against.
Yeah, and you even saw in Yagal's interview from the pre-match is that all he wants to have is another opportunity to redeem himself at the international stage in South Korea at the end of the year. So, I mean, with how BLG has been progressing as a team overall for this year, it is looking very bright with the future ahead of them. And even in this series, I mean, if they win, they go to the upper bracket finals and just 2 more best of series away from getting that summer finals title, but we'll have to wait and see because there's still a couple of teams left, 4 to be exact, and they are still 1 game away from winning against Top Esports. But like you said, I mean, now they're on blue side, and I think something that they could have done differently in game 3 was that maybe they should have had Mark take the Braum away, because you know that On's going to be playing a melee support, and that Braum was such a headache. Although he was put behind in the early game, it was just near impossible to beat Top Esports against that Braum.
I think the fact that he was put behind in the early game says even more how valuable the Braum was, right? The fact that he went like 1-3-1 or something at one point in the game and was still this impactful throughout the game, like, says a lot about the value of that pick in that composition. So I totally agree that, like, trying to deny that could have been the answer. We'll see where the priorities are going to lie, because I think we're getting to the point, as often happens in a best of 5, where bans have to start to change, where you're starting to see value in picks. And like, when you're banning things like the Nidalee and the Kindred and the Nico, which are target bans against BLG, you let through a lot of just meta power picks that BLG are also capable of using. You kind of have to pick your poison at this point for Top Esports and decide which ones you are physically able to deal with.
And the headache for Top Esports so far is that Rakan has been a permaban, and ever since Game 1 finished, Nico has also been permabanned in both of these most recent drafts. So, I mean, unless Top Esports want to leave open the Kai'Sa this time around, as they are on the blue side, that could be the first step. However, I mean, I feel like BLG, they have so many answers into the Kai'Sa as well, but we'll have to wait and see because this is the 4th game draft going in.
So, Top Esports on the blue side, but this time no LeBlanc and no Jace. Against EDG, they were the bread and butter of this blue side composition from Top Esports, denying everything and denying that Varus as well. So, removing a lot of the strength that Top Esports have relied on that blue side. And we have to wonder, where is Rookie going to go next? Kai'Sa left open, and that's going to be the first pick for Jackie, though.
And also with the Varus getting taken away, maybe BLG consider looking in the Tristana here, but we haven't seen that champion getting flexed at all by this team for this new patch, so maybe that's not something they're comfortable with playing, but that leaves the Sejuani open, which Shun is most likely going to take. Maybe the Renekton lock-in as well from Bin. However, the Jax did get taken away. That was a huge problem in the Game 3, where Wayward, he wants to find a favorable matchup where it most likely will be the Cassante once again for him. We'll have to wait and see. The Tristana's getting hovered though, considered.
I mean, literally every champion in the game is being offered by BLG. They go with a Xayah in the end, to be honest. Not the pick I expected them to go for here, but making sure that they have that reasonable matchup. You know, Xayah versus Kai'Sa, this is the classic, right, where you can use the Featherstorm to deny the potential all-in from Jackie Love. Rel has made it through, though, so Mark should be able to get his hands on that pick this time around. But there's too many priorities now, because you want a good mid laner for Rookie. You want the Rel for Mark if you can get it, but then you've left the jungle pick, so that can be targeted now in the second round of bans from BLG.
We still have something like the Poppy up and available for either Tian or Wayward to flex, so maybe that's something they can consider, but they didn't lock in the first 3, so that most likely won't be an option. It is just going to be either Poppy jungle or Poppy top lane if they do decide to go that route. BLG, they're most likely going to look for a support. It is going to be the Alistar, as it is just a natural counter in the 2v2 isolated matchup, and On can just deny a lot of those engage angles away from Mark when it comes to major objectives. But now the top lane pool is going to get pinched. Top Esports, they're going back to their roots, where in their series up against EDG, where it was Wayward vs Ala, they threw 3 top lane bans every single game in that 5-game best of 5 series, where they got rid of the Fiora, the Gwen, so his champion pool could really just thrive in the early game.
Well, the Poppy you talked about has been taken off of the board. Maokai still available, but with an Azir in the mid lane, do you want an AP jungler is the big question. We'll see. Yeah, I mean, the Lee Sin also on the cards. That's something we've seen TN happy to go towards. I'm curious what Top Esports will ban, as well as it looks like it will just be bans towards Bin in the top side. His Gwen taken off of the board. We saw the Gwen hovered before. We also saw a Quinn hover, so maybe it's a Quinn ban.
Oh, we were doing a bit of trolling in game 4. Okay, Bin. I mean, to be fair, he already has great frontline in the Sejuani and the Alistar. I also thought about the Lee Sin getting locked in for top esports, but if you look at the bigger picture, if you're playing Lee Sin into Sejuani and Alistar, your Q can just be broken with the amount of knockups they have, right? So maybe that's something they avoid, but still, we still have the jungle and top lane left up and open for the side of top esports, where they're most likely going to get rid of the Fiora and lock in something like the Cassante or even the Ornn, where you can force out the Featherstorm just with that single ultimate. But it is going to be the Sylas ban, maybe a Malphite that way we want to consider.
I wasn't expecting a Sylas ban, to be quite honest. Yeah, as you say, maybe Malphite could be an option. I feel like, Sylas wouldn't be a bad pick when you're against the Alistar, but obviously the Azir's already in play. Ahri, something that really hasn't been seen in 13-13 very much. Something that many of our mid laners lent on previously, but it's locked in for Yagao. They want that, presence throughout the mid game, throughout the early game, the ability to make those plays. Nautilus, Renekton locked in. It's full meta for top esports. BLG, they just got to go for top lane. Cassante still wide open.
Yeah, and that means top esports, they flex the rel towards Tien in the jungle, and it is going to be Kai'Sa Nautilus versus Xayah Alistar in the bottom lane 2v2. Honestly, I think I prefer top esports composition, the response, but you have to remember the fact that Azir slowly came back into the meta because of Ahri's presence in the mid lane pool and how she really struggles to get lane party up against Rookie. And from game 1 all the way to game 4, mid lane wave control has been the talking point, and this time around, maybe that allows Tien, who does have the rel in this game 4, to really start cooking up some spicy potting.
Let's see what they can do. Top esports on the blue side again. A lot of scaling available to them. They've got an Azir, they've got a Kai'Sa. They certainly have strength in their composition. And the rel, stroke of genius there, forcing the jungle bans out from top esports, but then just playing that rel in the jungle role. Very smart drafting from top esports. BLG, do you get pushed? He can show us the form that they've been showing all year long. Top esports have already changed the story though. They hadn't won a single game against BLG all year until this series. They've got one. They're looking to double it up.
And BLG are one more game away from securing upper bracket finals, and then just 2 best-of-5s away from once again appearing in the summer finals. I mean, this BLG roster coming into summer, they had promising results and had so much potential. They delivered with a 15-1 regular split result. Any other team has never been able to achieve this, and they're kind of bouncing off and continuing their dominance into the playoffs, where top esports now, they're the ones that are desperate to even out the scoreline to a 2-2.
It's worth talking about championship points a little bit as well, because it's not just about, surviving in the double elimination moving forwards. It's also about how many championship points you can guarantee for yourselves, because for Billy, they're absolutely chilling. They got 70 points in spring. They're pretty much going to make it to Worlds unless they really fall off a cliff. For top esports, they've only got 10 points from spring. They need every couple of points that they can get, and fighting their way through the bracket would certainly be the way to make it happen. They've got scaling, they've got AoE, they've got a hell of a composition. Can they turn it into silver scrapes is the question as we head into game 4. So Yagao forced to flash here at level 1. That's a huge pickup right off the bat for the side of top esports.
Tien W'd over the wall. He's going to look for a wraparound onto Shun. They want to look for a kill onto the Sejuani. He has no idea.
This could be huge, but manages to dip on out. Doesn't even take a point of damage. Does force him to start with his Q. Good discipline from Shun. Doesn't start with the W before the jungle camp spawn. And it will mean he has to go down to the bottom side and get a leash here from Elk.
And that's a Q start from Shun, so he's not going to be able to really clear out his camps as fast as he would have wished for. But this time around, I mean, Top Esports, you already see that they are extremely creative with how they approach this level 1. And thank you to Yago for being so considerate and flashing the hook instead of disrupting our audience's kind of dials for this match point game.
It feels tense, doesn't it? This one feels tense as we start things off. I love that Top Esports came in at level 1, starting with aggression. But we need to talk about jungle pathing because Tien, he knows that Shun went to the bottom side and starts off with this red buff. He started with the Raptors as well. So Tien taking a lot away from the side of BLG. I'm curious if Shun will try and go for an invade on the bottom quadrant, but this could be a 3-quadrant start for Tien.
Yeah, the reason why this Rel is such a dominating pick in the LPL right now is that she can be flexed towards the jungle and she can just one-shot the Raptor camp if she desires to with the magic damage buff onto her Q, a hook onto Top Esports.
Yeah, that's a great hook from Mark as well. Elk forced to flash away. Will survive as well, now trying to escape, but Mark flashes forward, pounds him into the floor with the anchor, and that's more like it, Top Esports.
We'll have to have another look at what happened towards his bottom side 2v2 because he lives with all of his summoners, but it kind of feels like Elk probably got hooked and was forced to use the flash on such low HP. Can Top Esports dive him here? Probably not.
He has his flash, and that is an Alistair. Like, that's a lot of CC that you'd have to deal with. Not going to be able to go for him for now, but he will be able to save that cannon for Elk. So a silver lining, this BLG trying to make a play towards the top side of the map instead. Wayward being baited in here. Shun not showing just yet, but Wayward, he suspects something's up.
Because Shun's red buff got taken away, he wants to look for a buff trade on the blue. But personally, I still feel like Rel does win the 1v1 against the Sejuani, especially having that red buff in Tien's hands in particular. Wayward hasn't reset though, so I'm not too sure if they do win the 2v2 once Bin does come back. It is going to be, I believe, a hook onto Elk. It was just an order onto Elk, so the spacing from the Zai wasn't the best to start off the fight. And with those passive stacks from the side of Jackulov, I mean, this was just Elk not really respecting Mark on the Nautilus, and that's double summoners gone.
Yeah.
And maybe Tien can look for a flash over the wall and get to Elk again.
I feel like we needed a cartoon bonk sound effect there over that kill. Is Shun trying to get the Herald on, aggressing onto Tien here. Flash going to be forced out as Yagao threatened a bit more. Charm lands onto Rookie, that's huge. And Shun will flash after to find a stun, but the rest of the team can't get into touching distance.
Someone check Yago's PC. I've seen 2 charms from this man already, and both of them have landed. We need to check his PC. But that forces the flash out of both the jungle and mid laner of Top Esports, and Tien didn't go the Hex Flash, so that bottom lane gank is no longer a viable option unless Mark finds a hook onto the AD carry of Elk, where Tien is around the corner here.
It's a lot of feathers down. Jackie Love cleanses away as Elk trying to survive, trying to protect On at the same time. On has his flash, and Elk, he tried to protect his support, but he just ends up going down. On hooked back in, keeps his flash somehow. But another kill going the way of Top Esports.
And this is kind of a repeat of game 2, where Elk was the one getting hard focused down by the side of Top Esports. And this time around with Tien in the conversation, another 2 waves gone from Desire. And Jackulov even picks up a tower play. And he is going to be going, I believe, the AD Kai'Sa build for this game.
Shun moving into the top side as Wayward, 300 HP. He cannot stick around. Shun just going to get a bit of tower plating with himself as Bin will be able to proxy a wave now. And we'll be able to maintain control of this top side. You can see Tien moving on over as Flash actually forced out by Bin as well. Wayward having a hard time in this 1v1.
Bit of a struggle, especially considering the fact that Bin hasn't even picked up Bramble Vest, and Wayward is already getting significant pressure in the isolated matchup, and that's worrying signs for Top Esports to consider because Renekton shouldn't be losing this. This is a winning lane for Renekton into Cassante, where you're supposed to find early laning leads up against Cassante, unless those items come on line early, I guess. But now, I mean, Elk, his wave is slowly pushing into the side of Top Esports. You're gonna probably expect Tien to be around that bottom side, but this time around, Elk does have the cleanse but no flash, so you need to have a counter gank from Shun as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's Noon Quiver versus Longsword in the bottom side. That is not an even 1v1 anymore. Shun needs to find a way to impact this game right now. Feels tough, but Yagao has just hit level 6. He's going to move in and clear some vision here. And perhaps with the Ahri on level 6, if Shun can hit level 6 as well, certainly a solid CC chain to work with to try and thread some plays together for the side of BLG. Flash available for On. He's going to be hooked in as Mark takes a couple of hits from Elk, but On is so low already. Elk posturing towards Jackie Love. But luckily, those feathers will hit Tien and disengage the play once more. But this 2v2 is just brutal.
Yeah, and you see Rookie already finding first move in this matchup up against the Ahri, specifically considering the fact that Yago had to burn the flash level 1, so you were never really going to see a kind of link up between the jungle and mid lane of BLG in the first 7 minutes, but now Yago does have his Spirit Rush available, so BLG, they can be cheeky with it and look for specific picks, especially forcing out the flash from Rookie in that previous play. Shun just needs his level 6, and he needs to wait for one more camp to really get there.
He certainly does. Tien as well. Should hit 6 off of these Crooks, and there we go. Big ultimate, big spike for the Rel. He is on that bottom side, but it looks like he's going to go for a reset for now. So not going to immediately try and use that spike. Going to wait for an opportunity to make sure that that sticks, and that's going to be crucial. Whoever can kind of... I feel like that these two junglers, fairly similar MO in terms of hitting that 6, and you want to make a play. You want to make that ultimate valuable instantly.
Yeah, so my eyes will be on, I mean, just the rotations. You already see the bottom lane do it. Jackie Love is level 6, and he is going to full send it at the Rift Herald. Are we going to get a 5v5 at the Rift Herald? We don't have flash in another 5 seconds for Rookie, but that will be up. Wayward no flash though, so I don't know how he's going to have backline access, considering the fact that he's going to be versing a Xayah, but still, top esports, they start up the Rift Herald.
This feels bold from the side of BLG. Sorry, they're 1,500 gold down. As On threatens Bin, just moves into the pit here. Herald looks like it's going to be taken by the side of top esports. Can BLG find the fight that they're looking for? Rookie is behind them, but look at that. The combo. Renekton down as Yagao dodging away from Rookie's ultimate. Elk's still alive right now, but it's 4v4 on the Rift as Yagao backs away. Elk getting those feathers down, but they can't finish anyone else off. 1-for-1 so far as Elk flashes into the pit. Rookie looking for more. Feathers come back here, and Rookie won't dive in for the time being. It's a Herald for top esports and a 1-for-1.
Yeah, and top esports, they do have the tempo to really consider this upcoming dragon. However, Wayward did fall as a result of that, so perhaps Bin will be taking some tower plates in this top tier 1 tower. But Elk, he's not resetting. He's going to give over the dragon party as well for the side of top esports to also consider to take.
So look at this, trying to get some gold onto Elk, using Bin's winning lane to funnel a couple of plates and some minions into Elk's pockets. Can they keep him alive though? The feathers stop Wayward getting involved, but Tien can charge on in. The CC chain is perfect. And not only do they kill Elk, but they get Wayward back into the game.
Never let the enemy expect your next move. Elk just didn't know that Tien was going to be pathing towards the top lane again, but that is going to be the Rift Herald going towards the side of top esports. But once again, Renekton without the flash instantly picked off by the side of BLG. Rookie saves this team fight with a huge Shurima shuffle that does help out a little bit and allows Jackie Love to also kind of regroup with the remaining 4 members. But without the initial charm from Yago, they're going to struggle to find another pick. And they also do get the flash out of Elk, which is huge value as they also look towards that bottom side.
Oh, Jackie Love's been found by Shun. He won't be able to quite get the last auto, except Jackie went back into him. It's just going to be a trade overall. Jackie's got to be a little cautious that he doesn't overstep that, but making sure he gets some damage down in return. And Elk returns to this bottom lane. We'll see if he can survive any play this game. Living up to the high damage, high death reputation that he's built over the years in this one. 4-1, top esports with a 2,000 gold lead, but BLG will start the Drake nonetheless.
I mean, BLG, they kind of just seem like they want to force every single team fight possible, but that's because you do have an Ahri, you're up against Rookie on the Azir, because this Azir is only going to get stronger and stronger considering the lead that they've already generated in this game for 4-1, where they also have the Rift Herald available for Tien to drop down. Specifically, I believe in the bottom lane, you can just continue to snowball this Kai'Sa out of control, or towards the mid lane where you do get Rookie online. And this Azir is going to be a very big pain for Bin, Xun, and On to deal with in these team fights because they're so low ranged. Unless On plays with his vision perfectly, he can potentially look for a flank on this Alistar.
See if he can find it. On has been such a difference maker for BLG over the year. So many incredible games from him. And the Alistar certainly a pick that goes in and does AoE knockups, which, you know, Rakan, Rel, they're all the On champions. I feel like Alistar falls into a similar vein. We'll see if he's going to be able to find those miracle flanks, if he can find his moments here. I feel like Bin, a lot of weight on his shoulders once again, having that CS advantage in the top side, doing such a good job during these laning phases, but whether or not he can carry on a K'Sante in the same way he has previously, be a different question. Elk's in trouble here. Bit of damage out from Jackie in the bottom side as Yagao found in the mid lane, knocked up Elk. Featherstorm comes out, pulls it back onto Jackie, but the cleanse is there. And so Jackie gets out of tower range. Tien is going to be CC'd up though. The charm is perfect. He's pulled back under the tower. And Yagao answers.
It is going to be a 1-for-1 trade at the end, but once again, Featherstorm and Cleanse both burnt out of Elk, and this Xayah is going to be so behind in gold, I believe around reaching that 2k, considering the fact that Jackie Love already has the Kraken Slayer available as well. But credits to Yagao, he literally just got jump scared, engaged on by the support of Top Esports, ran out, TP towards bottom lane and picked up a kill for himself. But right now, Top Esports, they're very happy with how the game is continuing to go into this direction where Jackie Love on this Kai'Sa is going to be absolutely insane.
I feel like Ruler and Missing are watching this series licking their lips, watching the 2v2 at the bottom side being so messy from both sides. Whoever they end up against later in the tournament, they're going to be feeling fantastic in the 2v2, that's for sure. As Elk caught out, trying to keep himself alive, the cleanse, the Featherstorm, but so much damage out from Jackie Love.
Yeah, and he also does get the root onto Jackie Love, where it does burn both summoners from the Kai'Sa, but this Kai'Sa does still have the killer instinct where she can once again kind of position herself correctly in the team fights if needed. But once again, I mean, 2 tower plates into the hands of Jackie Love, now working towards his second item. I'm not too sure how BLG can get his hands onto the AD carry of Top Esports, because Rookie on this Azir is also going to be pretty big headache to deal with. But we'll have to wait and see, because we do have a time frame where Jackie Love doesn't have that cleanse available, and Yago with the charm or the Glacial Prism landing is going to be an angle for them to come back into the game.
Yeah, Yagao has that Everfrost. That could be the way forwards for the side of BLG if they can find a pick through this Ahri. It's a pick that I don't see that often anymore. 13-13 seems to have removed Ahri from the meta in the LPL, but 4 stacks on a Dark Seal, certainly not a bad way to start a game off for Yagao. Let's see if he can convert it in some of these skirmishes. Feels like BLG don't want to give this Herald up without a fight, but Tien behind them, they've been flanked a little bit here. Tien forced out has been moving in from the top side as well, and it does feel like BLG have control of the river for now.
Tien also has the flash available, so he can look for an angle if BLG's too stacked.
On is there, but the charm lands, the Everfrost lands as well. Tien is so tanky, and On just punts him away, backs off himself. Recall out from Bin. He's got TP available and will rejoin the fray. Herald started by Top Esports, and BLG want to move in. Bin has to be the one to buy space for his team, looking towards On's engage, but doesn't have that ultimate available. It's going to be a flip as the flash away from Rookie, and Tien gets the Herald as well. Now BLG in full retreat. The knock-up onto On. Feathers come in, and a charm onto Rookie as well. Everfrost, but the Emperor's Divine ain't enough. He's taken down, and Tien is left alone. BLG find themselves a fight.
That's the pick they needed. They land the charm onto Rookie through the Merc Treads, and now they're going to secure this mid lane push and then work towards the second dragon of the game. Tien getting caught out of position, had to burn the flash, had to burn the Magnet Storm, so huge loss, but they did manage to pick up the Rift Herald. Yago?
Forced to flash here, but gets a charm out onto Wayward as well. Good chunk onto the Renekton Dragon spawning in 10 seconds time. BLG got the first one of the game. But Tien only just respawning Got some resets across the board. I don't think either team could start the Drake right now.
Yeah, you have a lot of resets coming in, specifically from the BLG side, but we'll have another look. The Sejuani from Shun goes wide as Top Esports secure this Rift Herald. But Wayward on this Renekton gets instantly bonked out by Alistar, and he never really rejoins the fight because once Rookie got caught out of position, Top Esports killed the play, and I feel like they could have potentially looked for an angle considering the fact that it was a full bar of Renekton, but maybe they wanted to play it safe and then reset for that Dragon tempo.
BLG do manage to get onto the Drake, so that'll be 2 for them. Cloud Drake not the most impactful for the second Drake, but it does open up for some really powerful souls. We'll see what kind of Rift we're going to be playing with, because if it's a Hextech Soul with the pace at which these two teams have been playing, could mean a lot of action. Wayward engaged upon by On. BLG won't pull the trigger on trying to find more.
God damn it. Okay, well, we have a Chemtech Soul for the match point of BLG winning the series up against Top Esports. However, BLG, they came back into the game from these specific picks. If JackieLove missteps and he gives the bounty over to Elk, this game is going to be even. Elk just needs 1 kill into his pockets, and this game is going to be all about BLG. We'll have to wait and see if they can find that opportunity, because I feel like with how Yago and Shun are approaching these team fights, they have a great understanding. It's just unfortunate that Elk was shut down so early on in the 2v2.
Yeah, the Xayah will certainly scale into things, and I will say it's AD Kai'Sa from JackieLove, so won't be that same level of poke damage available, but when it comes to the team fights, certainly a hyper carry, and when you've got the mechanics of JackieLove, AD Kai'Sa can do more than enough work. And I feel like, oh, hang on, Rookie's been caught out, and not a normal mistake, not something you see too often. Now trying to clear the wave in the top side as Shun moves in and Bin cuts off the minions, but Elk is here too. There's no way out for Rookie. He's spotted out by the Trinket, and he will go down. Ult on cooldown. Elk given over the kill. You just said, Kitty, if Elk can get a kill, it can flip this game on its head. He's been given one on a silver platter.
It's Jova. Rookie dies 2 times in a row now. Although Wayward had the TP, no one else from the side of Top Esports was anywhere close to this Azir. So back to the problem where Rookie way too overextended. Yago does have the Spirit Rush. He will be more than happy to just leave. But Bin takes over the top side with the Baron also spawning in 1 minute. But Rookie can't be making these mistakes on match point.
No, he certainly can't. BLG, they're a team that are happy to capitalize on mistakes like that, and Bin might actually finish a tier 2 here on the K'Sante. This is a huge gold swing, and Bin doesn't seem to matter what pick he's on, he still has such an impact on with a great little knock-up, but forced to flash away. Depth charge coming in, and Wayward collapsing too. On should go down. A pick for Top Esports. What can they do with it?
Not too sure why On was entering towards the bottom side jungle, because there was no dragon spawning and you have no towers in mid or bottom in terms of tier 1, plus no one was there to counter gank for Rookie, so you have to kind of assume that the entirety of Top Esports was hanging out towards that bottom side. So a bit of a mistake from the support of BLG, as it does allow JackieLove to pick up his 4th kill and the Navori as the 2nd item. So a huge spike for the Kai'Sa, and I wouldn't be surprised if Top Esports, they try to force something at this Baron where Tien has that flash available and they look to turn.
It's the Top Esports classic, isn't it? The 20-minute Baron. Elk, it looks like he might go for a reset himself. He's trying to get to the Navori. He's trying to match items with JackieLove right now, but he's just a little bit more gold. Going for the Raptors, going for anything on the map that will give him that extra little bit of gold to get him that reset. But if he resets at the wrong time, if he's spotted resetting, that could be enough for Top Esports to pull the trigger.
Something that you have to also consider the fact that is that Yago has the Everfrost and the Merc Tread, so this Ahri won't be doing too much damage in terms of a straight up 5v5. It is going to be a charm bot to be fair, but Elk literally needs to pop up. He is one of the only consistent damage sources that BLG can rely on with the Kraken Slayer getting built, but they have to just pull out the game, wait until that Navori comes online, and that's when BLG starts being very confident with their 5v5 ability, especially if Rookie is going to play these fights a little bit mispositioned. But I'm sure that Rookie on Azir, I mean, he has to be one of our best Azirs we have in the LPL, alongside Xiaohu and Scout, of course, so I wouldn't be doubting that too much. But if this this Baron goes over to the hands of Top Esports, I'm pretty sure they just win the game.
It could be incredibly difficult to come back if Top Esports can find another objective. But I'm excited to say, Kitty, that we're beyond the 20-minute mark, and look at the goal difference. It is hundreds, if that, between the two teams. For the first time in this series, we get a non-stomp. We get an actual match to sink our teeth into. Both teams with different win conditions, both teams different ways of playing the game historically. Top Esports, I've criticized them heavily over the last few days for being impatient when they have a lot of scaling. They've certainly got a lot of scaling right now. They need to find the right fight, not just any old fight, not just trying to hand stiff. They need to find the fight they're going to win.
Does seem like BLG is going to go and give over this third dragon in terms of the bottom side, but because Bin is finding consistent push with tier 2 top lane tower being down, they have all this deep vision to work of in the top side that does allow Yago to look for a flank angle onto specifically either Jackulov or Rookie.
Yagao TP's in, but there's a lot of players here. Okay, Mark doesn't go for the hook for now. On a control ward, they don't exactly know where he is. He wants to find a way into the fray. Shun moves in. They've got to fight for mid prio here. Bit of an A round. As the wave will be cleared, Shun pulled in, but quite happy to tank it. A Q3 onto Mark is dangerous. Featherstorm across the team is out trying to survive. Into the backline they go, on tanking as Wayward is alone, but he finishes on off. It's 2 for 1 as Elk gets 2 kills. Another Q3 comes in from Bin, but is it enough is the question. Jackulov and Rookie both popping off double, and Yagao limps away wondering what went wrong.
A 4 for 2 trade, and that allows Top Esports to regain some priority over this Baron. Yago can potentially steal it with an EQ. It's not going to be a 100% secured Baron for Top Esports.
Yagao's seen this before from Top Esports back in 2020. Jackulov and Knight and Rookie. Oh, he goes down! Yagao actually finds the pick. 10 stacks on the Dark Seal, and he signs it underneath.
And this game just got so much more messy. Now both teams are resetting, probably going to regain that mid control as that first step, but we will take another look at the replay. This whole fight started off with the hook landing onto Shun, but I want everyone to focus in on. This Alistar bought so much time for BLG to work off, where it really did seem like BLG were going to come out on top for this team fight. But luckily, Jackulov 4-0 on this Kai'Sa with a Navori as well was just breaking BLG's ankles, even though Bin landed the nastiest Q3 on this Kai'Sa. It is huge. I mean, just the double carries of Top Esports working together perfectly. Yago did survive, and it did deny the Baron. And BLG, they picked up that third soul point.
If I'm not mistaken, Rookie's Empress Divide just hit Bin on the Cassante there, right on the edge of it. The last Baron auto hitting Rookie as the rest of the team had dipped. Nice little pickup from Yagao at the end, but crucially, he saved Jackulov's life, and that won Top Esports the fight. It's just about even up, though, as Top Esports now finally with a gold lead. It's not that big of a gold lead, but it's a gold lead nonetheless. 3 Drakes for BLG, as off the back of that, during the replay, they've actually grabbed a Drake for themselves.
Yeah, they're on soul point now, where they just have to wait another 4 minutes for that the Chemtech soul to really come online. But once again, Bin is applying pressure towards the bottom side. He has that TP available in around 30 seconds. But because Top Esports traded for the Dragon, they are going to regain some vision towards his top side. And all eyes will be on Tien, where he does have that flash available. But Elk, he has everything, and this eye is online.
Tien might have gone too deep on this one. The charm is there, the stun is there. Tien, can he escape with his life? Just about. A hook comes out onto On instead. As now Top Esports collapse onto the play. On should go down, but at what cost is a charm from Yagao? As Rookie pulled in, and Elk will finish the job. Wayward flashes onto the birdie. Crocodiles love birdies. And now Bin, Shun, Yagao, they'll punish the Croc. But what else can they find? It's 4 kills on the board for BLG.
They're gonna attempt this Baron. We do have TP available for Rookie, and this is going to be an extremely slow Baron coming out of BLG. Potentially Rookie with the Shurima Shuffle as well, available in around 20 seconds. Maybe he can stop it. It's not gonna look likely, but that choke at the red buff with Tien getting caught, put Top Esports in such an awkward position while Ben walked all the way from bottom towards this topside play. As you see BLG just getting that initial pick onto the jungler of Top Esports and then making everyone miss position. Jacula Rookie was just stuck in a choke. Everyone was in the feathers. And this choke became the downfall of this team fight where Ben also found backline access on the Cassante.
Yeah. That is gorgeous from Elk flashing so that the feathers hit Jackulov there, and then Yagao following up on it beautifully. And I mean, Yagao up against Top Esports, his old nemesis. He may not be on JDG anymore, but he still wants to defeat this team. He still has a beef with this squad. Brings out the Ahri when no one else is playing it, and what a performance he is having on it. 5-0, 5 death cap now finished. So even though he went for the Everfrost to start with, he's still going to do some damage. With Baron in pocket, what can BLG find? Engage from TN, but he's not tanky enough and he goes down. Elk surviving his wayward, separated from the squad. Yagao wants Jackulov. Charm can't quite land, but Bin just goes in anyway. They're looking for the damage, and there's the charm they were looking for. Yagao will go down to the tower, but it just doesn't matter, does it? BLG, they remind us who came second at MSI. They remind us who denied EDG back in spring. But Rookie stops me in my tracks, takes a kill onto Bin, and maybe can defend here. Shun on alongside Elk. Rookie has to respect it and concede the tier 2.
What a desperation play coming out of the jungle for Top Esports. A 4-for-2 trade as they did get the hands of the BLG solo laners dead in these team fight, but still, I feel like they played that fight way too fast. You're using everything onto the support on this Alistar. I mean, that is every single CC, while Yako and Elk just go in this fight pretty much free hitting. Wayward once again peeled off by On, and Yako finding that crucial charm onto Jackulov, with Bin also rotating towards the back and finding that flank. This Kai'Sa is no longer that 4-0 Kai'Sa that was given a lead, because this Rabadon's Ahri is finding every single crucial charm.
Absolutely insane stuff. And Yagao, I don't know how he got Jackulov there instead of Mark, managing to thread the needle and find the carry. What a moment from him. Yagao could be caught, but look at the damage onto Rookie. He's absolutely destroyed the opposing mid laner. Mark trying to protect. And we'll be able to do so for now, but my goodness. And now, Drake coming up in 30 seconds. This is sole point for BLG. And they finally, for the first time in the game, actually have a gold lead.
And the main difference is that I believe Yagao, his Spirit Rush will still be a good 20 seconds for this upcoming Dragon. So maybe Top Esports can find an angle while Yagao doesn't have that ability available. It is going to be the double TP coming out of the mid laners. No cleanse available for Jackulov. He needs to be careful.
This is really scary. Whoever gets charmed could be in danger. Tien has to get CC off first, so his Aftershock comes into play, or he's a sitting duck, honestly. Bin hooked in. Can they finish off the Cassante? Gonna buffer a bit of CC there. Dashes off to the rest of the team. Charm dodged away from as they look for Yagao, but he dodges everything. Rookie just takes a chunk instead. But now 3v5 in the fight as Tien finds 3 with the Magnus Storm. Elk has to feather Storm, keeps himself alive though. As on buying space for his carries, but he should go down. Top Esports find a pick and deny the soul.
Rookie zones of Yagao towards the side, and a beautiful Magnet Storm from Tien, making up from that previous play, and like you said, denies the soul point. And they also have tempo to threaten this mid lane push, but BLG, they didn't reset as they still have 4 people alive. A bit of a breather for Top Esports as it gives them an extra 5 minutes, but with Baron spawning in 2 minutes now, I mean, it's going to be rough, because you have to consider the fact that Rookie, he has to be playing front to back. But that fight, he went for Yagao, and even Yagao using the Spirit Rush, he just dashed away. So it was looking a little bit grim for the side of Top Esports. But at the end, that Magnus Storm made up for it. And you have to take another look at this, because it was just a very split up fight from the side of BLG. And Bin was so low from the initial damage out of Jackulov. This Kai'Sa got huge value. She was just free hitting.
Great little Magnus Storm there from Tien. I feel like that was the nail in the coffin for BLG's fight. Having to back away, accepting that they've lost on there and that they're not getting anything else out of the play. And we reset once again. Still gold lead for BLG, still dragon lead for BLG, but Baron up in a minute and a half. Yagao, you got to be a little bit cautious here. Spirit Rush instantly popped. to make sure he doesn't get caught out by Wayward.
We have some crucial items coming in. We have the Void Staff picked up for Rookie as well in the mid lane. Gia available for Wayward in this upcoming Baron fight in around 1 minute. I feel like top esports, they just need to fix their sideways. You see that BLG, they have consistent push in top and bottom, where it's going to be really hard for Mark to make any vision control towards his top side. But luckily, they do have a bit of a time frame as the entirety of BLG did reset. But they are slow to the play because BLG, they're walking out as a 5-man unit.
And I just want to point something out on the scoreboard here. Yagao up against top esports. Now that Knight has gone, Yagao has taken up the mantle and bought the Medjais in the matchup. He's on 6 stacks. We'll keep our eyes on that number and see how these next couple of fights are going to go. He's been having an incredible game so far. 6-1 and 7. Zoned out by Rookie in the previous play, though. We'll see if Rookie can find a similar situation as Bin trying to threaten. Q3 goes on in. He's pretty lonely on the front side of the fight there, and Rookie getting some good damage down. Tien looking for an engage, is on, ready to deny it. BLG back away for now.
This Azir is starting to hurt, instantly shredding down Bin and On in the side lanes. As like you said, Tien has that flash available, so BLG, they need to be very careful with how they space this upcoming 5v5. While top esports, they can realistically play it a little bit slow, let Rookie get that damage onto the front line, and BLG, they don't really have another option unless Yago finds a crucial charm.
He's been good for it so far in this game. Buffer on the CC, but Shun wide on the ultimate. And that's a great little sign for top esports. That's a sign that they can start this Baron off. Look how fast they burn through the objective. Bin has to be the one to go on in. There's a minion wave in the mid lane. BLG could maybe just try and opt for that instead, but On finds everyone. The Magnus Storm tries to deny the engage. Featherstorm to keep Elk alive as Tien becomes his target. Jackie Love, though, turning it around. Shun is there, threatening the carries as Wayward goes down. Shun with the aftershock keeps himself alive. Rookie and Jackie Love live on as Wayward is cut down, but Jackie Love finds another one. Rookie is on in. Jackie Love golden. The carries live on. And top esports, they've got the mojo online.
And time again, it's Jackie Love alongside Rookie making the difference and pulling this game ever closer to that 2-2 scoreline. They're gonna rush the Baron, they have the fruit, and they also have the TP coming out of Rookie. And this game is going to be another 5v5 at this Dragon.
You can take the Knight out of top esports, but you can't remove the mojo. Not when you're replacing with Rookie, not when Jackie Love is in the roster. My God, what a fight coming out from top esports. Great engage from On.
Yeah, and Wayward on this Renekton as well, looking for backline access, right, where it didn't really allow anyone to really follow up with that engage from the side of On. But once again, it's Jackie Love and Rookie. They were just playing with their space, assassinating Yago instantly, flashing the Alistar combo as well. And soon on the Sejuani, I mean, you're just going to get played around at this state in the game, but I feel like BLG, they were a little bit too greedy with this as well, where Elk flashes in. He didn't need to. He could have just reset, but now that's top esports getting Baron. And with an Azir with Baron, I feel like they can probably end the game with another few picks.
Elk absolutely feeling it in that play. Flashes forward, but the shield out from Rookie saves his life. Now Yagao trying to move over to the rest of his team. Top esports denying Soul Point again. If they can get this Drake, Shun could be in a bad position as Bin moves over to protect his jungler, but they're kind of alone here. It's an ult onto Jackie Love, but the rest of the team can't follow up on that. Bin with a big Q3, Magnus Storm to try and protect the carry. Jackie Love still alive, pulled over the wall by Bin, who's looking for the solo kill, but he's solo taken down instead. The feathers fly back, but it's not even near to enough. Mark low, Featherstorm out from Elk, but he's Sonya's. He dodges the Empress to fight the hook, stops it, but he gets two anyway. And now Yagao has to be the hero. Has to be the difference maker. Jackie Love 1 HP. Rookie goes in, but punted out by On. Yagao and On keeping this game going.
And On barely survives with bumping Rookie out of the play. But once again, top esports deny the Dragon Soul from BLG, and this Azir and Kai'Sa are fully online. I mean, this Kai'Sa is shredding the front line of BLG. You see Bin on the Cassante desperately trying to just make that numbers advantage, get Jackie Love out of the fight. The Sejuani ult connects. The Cassante ult out uses onto Jackie Love as well with that G available too. But this Kai'Sa never died. Rookie on the other side was just DPSing, protecting the other carry as well. While BLG, I mean, if Xayah isn't finding those feathers, I don't know how they win this fight.
Yeah, I mean, this feather pullback from Elk. Feather Storm aggressively. Zonya's on the Azir ult, and then Wayward and Mark line themselves up for the feathers. Beautiful. Turns it around, and then Yagao getting the charm onto JackieLove is enough to dissuade the rest of the engage. But look at this. Full build now for JackieLove. Rookie not far off himself either. We are getting to the hyper late game. We are getting to the point in the game where it is all down to individual performance. Look at that damage out from Elk. This is where we're trying to find Yagao. We won't be able to.
Yeah, at this point, it's pretty much whoever gets the better 5v5, whoever gets the better engage from either Tien or on this Alistar, where you could potentially look to get another flashy engage onto the likes of Rookie or JackieLove, but this time around, GA available, Flash is coming up, Cleanse soon as well, while Elk, is still trying to farm for that GA, he is an item up, but still, I mean, the pressure is so high because whoever loses this goes to losers brackets.
The pressure really is on, and it feels like both of these teams have the veterancy to live up to that pressure, right? We've got, so I mean, literally every single player on the server has been to at least one international event. We've got multiple world champions in the server as well. We've got a one-time MSI champion in the server in that of Bin. But can they convert it? It's 2-1 to BLG. Gold is almost even at the 37-minute mark, and Wayward has been targeted by Bin. Forced over the wall. But both teams back away for now, and it feels tense. No objective on the map for another 2 minutes, by the way.
It is going to be a fight for that mid priority, but now you see the difference between the Azir and Ahri. The hook lands.
Mark gets stunned up and taken down to start the fight off. It's a good pick for BLG. And they find more, though. Yagao wants Rookie, and Rookie respects it, dashes away. But again, no objective actually on the map. So BLG, all this buys them is space and the ability to get vision control.
Yeah, but you already see BLG walking as a 3-man unit and planting down deep vision against top esports. Mark shouldn't be dying there, and now they have many flank angles for either Yago or Bin to TP to, or even access to get to the backline of Rookie and JackieLove. So that was a poor mistake. We'll have to wait and see because Baron is going to be spawning in 1 minute. These wards will be extremely relevant, and you also see some wards getting placed in the middle lane as well.
And what a day to see Yagao popping off. He's had a fantastic split. And after being easily the most criticized player on BLG, when you think back to Spring, when you think back to MSI, he had a lot of games leaving something to be desired. But here, when it matters most in the upper bracket, trying to make his way to the upper bracket finals, Yagao 8-2-10 on a pick that seems to have been forgotten on the patch. He's still making it work. Tien has to face check, has to try and get vision here. They're denied, but the Void Seeker does come out from JackieLove, spots them in the brush. And now, we talked about how long until the objectives. It's 20 seconds for that Baron.
And everyone is full build. Elk has 6 items now, so the AD carries. I mean, it is going to be that crucial pullback on the feathers for Elk to win this fight for the side of BLG. Top esports, they're trying to regain mid lane control.
They're trying to, but BLG don't want to allow it. JackieLove, very confident positioning, as you would expect from JackieLove himself. Trying to snipe out Elk, trying to get that poke down, but the lifesteal is there. Elk will keep himself healthy. The BLG do get that priority Q3, but a great hook from Mark keeps him safe as they find an engage onto Tien instead. This is huge. Tien forced to flash, looking for the Magnet Storm, but punted against the wall again. Turns golden as On gets both of the carries, and he puts Rookie in! On, you magnificent beast! And now the rest of the fight is all down to JackieLove. A hook in from Mark. Can Jackie carry as a triple comes out from Elk? And the feathers, are they enough? He's into the GA. It's a quadra for Elk. Jackie tries to put him in the grave, but there's no stopping him. The king of the forest.
Elk gets the pentakill for the summer playoffs. One final push and one step closer to the summer finals. They will be going to the upper bracket finals first, but it was always going to be Elk versus JackieLove, and that final fight delivered Munch.
My God, Elk versus Jackie Love. What a matchup to witness. And what a way for it to end. Yagao take a bow after this game as well. BLG will make it to the upper bracket finals. They remind you why this roster broke the record in the new format. First seed and living up to that name.
And in such dominating fashion in this series up against Top Esports. The game was going late. Usually match point games, you see the exhaustion, you see the hesitancy coming out of these players because whoever loses, they have to have another extra best of 5 to go through if they want to make the miracle run. But BLG, they come out on top. Elk, he had a scrappy start to the early game, but this guy, once you give him 6 items on the Zai, once you give him the setup that he so desperately needs, I mean, that is the payoff in these team fights, and he was the shining star of BLG.
He certainly was. BLG, they take a bow on the stage, and rightly so, because that team fighting was gorgeous. TN caught out, and the second that you make a mistake against BLG, they pounce. We saw Mark overstep in mid lane, instantly taken out. We see TN overstep, trying to find a flank, instantly taken out of the picture. It's just so beautiful to see time and time again from BLG. And Top Esports, they gave them a run for their money. They got a game in the series. This last game really could have gone either way as well. But BLG, even on the red side, still managing to get that win. And my God, what a way to do it. What a game to have witnessed.
They broke the curse of the red side, but that final fight to seal the deal from the side of BLG, if you look any closer into it, that was perfect. From specifically on the Alistar, they choked out Tian trying to go for a flank angle on that, I believe, Rel, and then on instantly cutthroat decision making, gets onto Tian, and then goes over the wall to further CC the backline, but no one expected Elk to one-shot Rookie in that final fight, where that is one of their major DPSs gone, and it was just such a shock. I mean, it probably caught Top Esports off by surprise as well, but Jackie Love, he was so close to making that team fight even as well.
I mean, what a way. Like, we keep on talking about how this is On's year to put himself on the map. What a way to put yourself on the map. Then you individually target and assassinate one of the greatest players of all time in Rookie. What a moment for On. I think he'll remember this one for a long time to come. Sets it up for Elk to get himself the pentakill as well. Like, I know that this was a big game for BLG in terms of moving forward in the bracket, but what a fight to end a series. My heart was in my mouth watching that one because it could have gone either way, but individual playmaking from BLG is what sealed it.
Yeah, I mean, at the end, it was just single mistakes that Top Esports was caught out. As BLG, they utilize any given opportunity. You saw, like you said, Mark getting a little bit over pushed in the mid lane, Tian getting cut off from the remainder of the team, and Yagao, Xun, and On, they were not afraid to instantly engage with their pick potential. But once again, BLG, one of the best team fighting leagues or teams that we have in the league, once again stepping up and showing us why they deserve to go to the summer finals once again and fight for an opportunity to represent the LPL at Worlds.
I'm just blown away by Elk, honestly. What a game. What a game from Elk. And after, game 2 in the series, Top Esports on the blue side, they target Elk. They destroy him in the early game, and it wins them the game. Elk is on the Aphelios. This time he gets the Xayah. Still targeted and destroyed in the early game, but BLG hold on. BLG stay even for so long, and then in the late game, my God. Investing in Elk early on. I mean, they didn't even invest in Elk early on, to be honest, but even without investing in Elk early on, he still comes out later. He still dominates those fights. And I mean, 17 kills in an upper bracket playoffs game. That is something to witness.
And this was a bloody game, like he said, 17-8 for the side of Elk, and even Jackie Love having double-digit kills, sitting on 13-3. The only time he died was in that final fight where he was the last remaining member of Top Esports, even having that, I believe, GA as well, but still, it was just all up to 5v5 and who found the better engages. And BLG, specifically On, he showed up today. Him on the Alistair, finding those crucial engages onto specifically Rookie as well. I mean, this Azir, once you do reach 6th item stage, I mean, that is your playground to really start bullying compositions like BLG, because they are relatively short-ranged if you're looking at the Ahri and the Xayah, and Azir should be able to find that poke, but you can't really get that poke down if you're instantly getting engaged on.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we were seeing it in the previous fights that it felt like Top Esports was slowly but surely winning the battle of attrition because of that Azir getting onto 6 items, getting online. But On finds his target and takes him out of the picture. I have to say as well, Bin having a phenomenal day today. Like, across the course of today, Bin has looked absolutely unstoppable up top. So many times finding great all-outs, so many times great dash Q3s to start fights off that the rest of BLG could then pounce on as well. I feel like he was working really well with Shun as a pair, where either one of them, like either Shun goes for the ult and then a Q3 to follow, or the Q3 and then Shun ults to follow. I feel like that little duo was working beautifully today.
Yeah, and congratulations to BLG for advancing into the upper bracket finals, where they will be either versing JDG or LNG in the playoffs for the first time, as the two brackets finally meet in the middle. But we'll have to wait and see how the series plays out tomorrow, as that one is still yet to be played. But Top Esports now drop towards the losers bracket and waits to whoever gets the receiving end of tomorrow's series, of course. But honestly, that final game was absolutely insane. If anyone in professional League of Legends wants to learn how to team fight, you need to watch BLG. You learn so much from just spectating this team. There's so many details.
It's, you know, it's not often that a fight like reminds me that I'm casting from a bedroom right now, but I pretty much screamed at the top of my lungs that I do have to wonder what the neighbors through that wall are thinking at this moment. But my God, I feel like there's no other way to approach it, is there, when Elk is popping off in the way that he did. And Yagao on the Ahri. Like, let's just take a moment to appreciate Yagao, who, again, at MSI, it felt like went through a little bit of a slump halfway through the tournament, was really struggling. On picks like the Ahri as well. Fantastic series out from him. Game number 4 brings out the Ahri. An amazing performance. So good in the early game. And I feel like that Ahri from Yagao is the reason that the 0-4 Elk didn't just lose BLG the game, right? Like, the fact that Yagao was still getting kills, Yagao was still controlling that early game, was what stopped them falling so far behind that Top Esports could just snowball.
I mean, once you saw the Rabadons coming in for Yagao, the game got so much more difficult for the side of Top Esports, to the point where I believe Yagao on an Ahri out-damaged Rookie on Azir. That is not something we see very often in professional League of Legends. But once again, I mean, Yagao being one of the more critiqued players of Spring, perhaps even the most critiqued player of Spring alongside On, I feel like he's really elevated himself after getting that experience at MSI, where he used to be a person that was labeled as a utility mid laner. He didn't really have that carry element to him like a Scout or Knight we have in the LPL. But this time around, introducing a bigger champion pool, having more cutthroat decision making, he is slowly becoming hugely or widely recognized by the entire league scene.
Yeah. Yagao, amazing game. On as well, amazing game. But it is going to be Elk that grabs the MVP. And I think rightly so with some of those fights. Getting the Penta at the end as well. Some of those feather pullbacks. I mean, the triple kill that he got earlier on just below Drake towards the bottom lane. I feel like that was a staple moment of stopping Top Esports in their tracks.
44% damage share is the end damage share for this AD carry of BLG. I mean, it's just insane considering the fact that Jackie Love had 41. So it was, at the end, another head-to-head between Elk and Jackie Love. But unfortunately, given the circumstances, the feather pullback at this stage in the game, when Kaisa, the only way you really find that DPS, or at least consistent DPS, is flying in. So from start of the draft, these champions getting locked in, it was to be expected, unless you had beautiful peel back from the remaining members of Top Esports. But we'll get another look of the highlights, of course, in terms of how Elk turned out to be in this game, because this did not start off pretty for the side of BLG. Elk was 0-4. in the bottom lane. Top Esports, in their win against BLG, I believe in the second game, they were just focusing down on Elk and shutting him in particular, where he wasn't able to find these angles and at least reach the late game.
I feel like so many of those pullbacks, like the observers highlighting the early game pullbacks that really turned things around, finding so many picks, so many moments, using the EQ combo to find an instant route off of one feather. And then here, I mean, this is the final fight, right? This is the fight where Elk really shows his quality, dodging Mark's hook, flashing away from Tien's engage, and then On sets it up for the feathers to fly through Rookie.
It was just an absolute massacre. And no one would have expected the Azir to be ending up in the middle of everything, especially into the middle of Elk's millions of feathers in that pullback. But as the final standing member of JackieLove, even through the GA, I mean, Yago and Elk continue to live. But I would like to still highlight both Rookie, JackieLove, and on the other side, Elk and Yago just really shine in this series in particular, and have really high hopes in their upcoming run for the remainder of the playoffs.
Yeah, honestly, I'm excited for Top Esports, like showing us in this last game and in the second game that they are still not a team to be counted out. I think a lot of people coming in today saying probably BLG 3-0. A lot of predictions were that way, at least in our talent team. I was saying BLG 3, I think I said 3-1 actually, let's go. But like Top Esports showing us that this easily could have gone to 5 games. This easily could have been a win for them if they'd gone to 5. And I'm excited to see what happens down in that lower bracket. It's JDG versus LNG tomorrow. The loser will go against Top Esports. The winner will go against BLG. And I feel like I've seen this story before, where BLG are in that upper bracket. JDG may well join them. We could have the older double best of 5 between JDG and BLG, just like in spring.
All right, Munch, you can start calling the cope right now. Although I am the token JDG fangirl on the broadcast, I feel like BLG's final hurdle is to find that rematch up against JDG in any best of series, because I feel like the day BLG beats JDG, BLG win Worlds for 2023. Straight up. The day that happens, BLG become the best team in the world.
It's highly possible. Do you know, I'm talking about BLG versus JDG multiple times in this playoff, but actually, it could be BLG versus Top Esports in the lower bracket final. So we could get a rematch of this series, which I'm on board for. I am fully on board for a rematch of that series we just got to witness, because those two teams were firing. They were going punch for punch right there. That last game, one of the best games of League of Legends I've seen in a very long time, and I'm absolutely hyped to see more of it if we get that opportunity. This is why I love our double elimination bracket here in the LPL. This is why I absolutely adore the format.
Yeah, most definitely. And just kind of expecting, or at least maybe we will get another 2 best of 5s between BLG and JDG to end of the summer. But we'll have to wait and see. Tomorrow's matchup will be just as spicy. LNG had such an amazing series against Weibo Gaming, where they definitely proved themselves to be deserving in this top 4 position. And I can't wait for tomorrow's matchup.
Yep, JDG versus LNG. That'll be coming at your screens tomorrow. Knight versus Scout. What's not to love about that as a matchup? Can't wait to witness it. We will see you there in chat tomorrow. But until then, we'll see you in Champ Select.